A very good morning to one and all, and welcome to the final day of the 2-week long GIAN course. With this, we'll start our morning session for today, and I request Dr. Hitesh Handa to deliver his lecture. So, please.
Good morning, guys. Thanks, Neha. Welcome for the last day. So there are multiple small topics today I want to cover. First, let's wrap up the proposal writing that we were talking yesterday. Okay. So I hope you remember we were talking how NIH has 27 institutes. Depending on your area of research, you submit your proposal to a particular study section. Depending if the score is good, the institute that's relevant to your work funds your work. Okay? And how, although the whole package is almost 100 pages, lot of those are facilities and resources, vertebrate section, CV of the PIs and co-investigators, budget justification, support letters. Even though we need all that, it's essential. If you don't submit any of that, your proposal will get rejected. But beyond that, okay. But most important document is your science. Now, for RO1s, SBIRs, R21s, whatever type of, most of the proposals that we submit, they all have a specific aim page, which is a one-pager document that you are summarizing your whole research. So this is a proposal that I submitted few years ago, and this is an R21 example that I can little bit share it with you. Now, the idea of this proposal was, in simple words, that we want extracorporeal circulation. Now you know what that is. Blood is coming outside the body, going back inside the body, tubing is there. We wanted to make it nitric oxide releasing extracorporeal circulation tubing with zwitterion top coat. Okay, who can tell me now? You guys took the exam yesterday. All of you who are here today, they scored really well in the exam yesterday. So you can tell me what's the benefit of using nitric oxide releasing zwitterion coating for this surface? No. Yes, it's already written there. So nitric oxide can prevent platelet activation, it can kill bacteria, but it does not prevent protein absorption. Zwitterion will act as an anti-fouling surface, making the surface hydrophilic, so protein and bacteria won't stick to the surface, and even blood. So you have a dual action coating that synergistically will be better than only nitric oxide or only zwitterion, right? So that's the benefit of this. So see, my first paragraph is extracorporeal devices, infection happens, clotting happens, bleeding can happen, and it's an issue. Second paragraph is, from our past NIH grants, we have developed this nitric oxide releasing surface, and we are working on zwitterion surfaces. So the third paragraph, the objective is to look at the synergistic effect. Hypothesis is, we believe that combination will be better than only NO or only zwitterion, right? So in a very simple language. You are trying to tell your reviewers, scientists, but scientific language, you are explaining your science. Okay, now, until oh, okay, so I had to say no. Okay, then I'm saying, here is my specific aim 1, here is my specific aim 2, that will help me show this synergy. My aim 1 is, I'll make the NO releasing surface and I will covalently bind zwitterion surface. And then using nitric oxide analyzer, contact angle, UV vis, FTIR, atomic force microscopy, I'll characterize my surface for right amount of NO release, right amount of contact angle, how smooth my surface is. I'll use these techniques to optimize my surface. Okay. Now aim 2, after I have optimized my surface, I will coat the tubing. For aim 1 is, I'll test in vitro work, in vitro studies. Like I'll test my fibrinogen and platelets, I think. I have not looked at this for a very long time. So yes, fibrinogen and platelet adhesion. So we are not talking about infection in this proposal, it's just clotting. Clotting is a big issue. So I look for fibrinogen adsorption and platelet adhesion, and after my in vitro studies look good, I will test it in the 4-hour rabbit model that we talked about, the ECC rabbit model. I'll test it in that. And with the success of this proposal, this data will help me develop devices that I can test in larger animal models in an RO1 application, which is a bigger 5-year proposal. So this is an example of a specific aim page. I understand proposals you write in India might be a little different, but I cannot imagine them to be too different. Science is same everywhere, right? Maybe you need to have certain headings that you need to put things under, but the meat of the documents will remain very similar, right? Okay. Now I will show you the research strategy document. This is for R21, 6 pages. Okay. But again, for your proposals, you might have a 15-page proposal or 5-page proposal. To give you an idea, I submitted this one type of proposal 3 times and I didn't get it funded all 3 times. It's called R35 proposal. It's a $6 million grant for 7 years. Okay. So almost $1 million, or maybe 7 million, something, $1 million every year, $1 million every year for 7 years. Okay. But guess what? The science document is 6 pages. So you are writing in 6 pages, convincing the reviewers to give you $7 million for next 7 years. I think this tells us the power of writing. You know, this AI and all this is great, but you still have, each page is worth $1 million. Every word, I don't know how many words in a page, you can imagine every word is worth thousands of dollars. So you have to write that 6 page so well that reviewers are ready to give you $7 million. Right? So, okay, this R21. Now you see, I told you significance, innovation, and approach are the main subheadings we have. It might be similar or a little bit off for you guys, but you can definitely think there is a lot of correlation. Even if you write a proposal in India, I have never written one, I have never seen one in India, but you need to say what your science is, you need to say why the project is innovative, you need to say what do you expect from it, probably you need to say what are the alternate strategies to do some things. Have you guys written proposals in India? Okay.
In that proposal they ask for what is the global going
Impact. Yeah.
and then the national thing and how it will help the national.
Okay.
More focus is on India.
Okay, request. Can you come and sit on this side? Because behind them, it's difficult to see you. That'll be better. Yeah. So you need to say why nationally and internationally this work is worth funding, right? So for example, for our type of work, it's easy, right? National or international, clotting and infection and extracorporeal circulation and hemodialysis is needed everywhere. What else did you guys, how else Indian proposals are similar or different?
And also then you have to justify your budget with every experiment.
Oh, so you need to, okay. So US Army, so NIH is little bit, yes. Okay, in year one, you will use this much money.
Much for in vitro and separate.
So we have to do similar things. In our budget here also, we have to say how much funds will be used for animal work. But if you have a proposal like US Army proposal, they are even more stricter about it. Like you have to list all the reagents you will be purchasing. Okay. So NIH is little bit lenient on that. If you are under certain budget. So for example, if you are, I'm just saying a number, if you are up to $2 million, you can just put big budget. You don't need to go so nitty-gritty details. But if you're asking $2.5 million, they want more justification that why you are going beyond the regular budget. Okay. Yeah. But science-wise, how do you think the proposals are similar or different? Let me go through this and then tell me what you think, okay? So, significance, we are expanding on extracorporeal circulation, thrombosis, how much bleeding happens, how much thrombosis happens, how different types of coatings have been used, heparin surface is used, but what are the challenges with heparin that's used? Heparin-induced thrombocytopenia is there. So we are just explaining why there is a need for what we are doing, right? And then we are saying how for coagulation, zwitterion can help with fibrinogen, nitric oxide can help with platelets. And ultimately we can prevent or reduce clot formation. So we introduce nitric oxide then in this paragraph. Then we introduce zwitterion. We say how nitric oxide does not prevent protein adsorption. We need zwitterion to do that. And then we write innovation, just simple innovation, that hemocompatibility of polymeric surfaces used in medical devices is highly dependent on suppression of contact coagulation pathway, plasma fibrinogen contribution, and platelets. We need to take care of both. Innovative aspect of this project is zwitterion will help with fibrinogen, nitric oxide will help with platelet activation. So that's the innovation. Approach, we write some preliminary results and the future work. So here we showed preliminary work, we have done nitric oxide work, but the issue is some thrombosis still happens without zwitterion in that figure. Then we say we have covalently bound zwitterion to surfaces and look how the contact angle changes with zwitterion. It's stable for 14 days. The contact angles remains low for so long. And then we say after we put zwitterion on NO surface, the nitric oxide release is not compromised. We can still release similar amount of nitric oxide. One is with zwitterion, one is only nitric oxide, right? And then we say, but when we did fibrinogen study, my nitric oxide with zwitterion surface, the left one, significantly less fibrinogen absorbed. So zwitterion is also doing its work. Nitric oxide is also getting released. That's it. That's our preliminary data. Now we are saying future plan. Future plan, first I'm saying these are the people work who are co-Is and PIs of the proposal. How different people have different types of Dr. Bartlett, Dr. Laughlin, me, how we have different expertise. I'm an engineer, nitric oxide person. Dr. Laughlin is a zwitterion person and a chemist. Dr. Bartlett is a clinician and a surgeon. How we have the right expertise to get this work done. Then, and see, and I'm not saying you guys must have seen even nicer proposals written, but I tried my best to make it neat and clean and underline certain things, bold certain things, don't overdo it. I tried that. Maybe to somebody it's not that good, but that's you should be your goal, to make it as professional as possible. Just so you know, this proposal was not funded. Okay, we can talk about it in lunchtime. Okay, so then the two aims that we are going to do, the timeline, year 1, year 2. Now expanding on those aims. My aim 1 is to make that coating, but my aim is to make nitric oxide around that number. See, if you won't put those type of details, reviewers will have problem, right? If you say I will make nitric oxide releasing surface, okay, for how many days will it release, at what level it will release, so you need to go in that much detail, right? But you don't have to write every solvent and every chemical you are going to use. You don't have space for that, right? We will make nitric oxide surface, we will covalently bind zwitterion surface, we will characterize it. See, I'm not going to, you don't need to read it, but see, I'm just reading from here. We will test at 37 degrees, 7 days is written. So we want the release and coating to be stable for 7 days. For 7 days, it should release at least 1 10 to the power minus 10 flux. You define your coating. I define ZNO is zwitterion NO coating, so I don't have to write the full name, nitric oxide releasing zwitterion. I'll use ellipsometry for thickness, like just enough information so that reviewers can see what you're planning to do. Expected results, I think I'll be able to make this combination coating. We have already made it. We are just going to optimize it to make it little better. We think the nitric oxide can easily escape through zwitterion coating. Whatever I can think. Potential problem. So maybe zwitterion steps can potentially cause snap leaching. So we are putting snap first and then zwitterion. But when I am putting zwitterion on top of snap surface, there might be leaching of that snap and I might lose some snap. If leaching is greater than 10%, a low water uptake polymer coat will be used. So the point is, you don't need to learn this project, but the point is you need to have thought about the project well. You need to have thought that what can go wrong, and if something goes wrong, what is your alternate strategy to fix that issue? Okay. Aim 2, I will do in vitro study, how I will do protein study, how I will do platelet study, look at, but you also are defining what are your control surfaces here, what will you compare it to, all that. Aim 2, whatever surface, however zwitterion, however amount of nitric oxide release performs the best in aim 1 and in aim 2A will go for animal study. How I will coat the tubing of the animal, and then how many animals will I use, what are the groups, I'll use only NO, only zwitterion combination and nothing as a control. Lot of times we even say we will compare it to heparin coated surface also, because that's a standard clinically used. Lot of times if we don't write that, we get dinged for that type of thing also, that okay, maybe your NO zwitterion is great compared to control surface, But if something is already in market, how will you prove that your material is even that good or not? So you have to propose sometimes that type of surface also. Then in animal study, what data we are going to collect? We are going to draw blood, we are going to look ACT, aggregometry, fibrinogen adsorption, SCM imaging, whatever we will do with. What is the expected result? I feel my ZNO coating will do better than all other coatings. What are the potential problems? Maybe more protein will absorb, I don't know, I'm not reading it that, but you know, you have to think of what is the future impact. That okay, if we are successful, we can coat other devices with it, right? So something that okay, what's the future impact of this type of work? But 6 pages. Another thing is, you cannot see, sometimes what people do is they'll write 3 pages or 4 pages. Okay, that's allowed because 6 pages is maximum, but lot of time that can be looked badly also, that most people struggle to write everything in 6 pages and you are writing in 4 pages. You know, sometimes people change the margin too much. It doesn't happen. Usually experienced people don't do that. But I tell this in the class that I teach, students still try to do it because they don't want to write so much. So they'll make double spaced. They'll make like this big margin. So then it does not look that great, right? So, okay, questions for wrapping up, proposal writing, NIH, R21, anything like that.
So, as you told us that this was rejected.
No, this is a different one. That rejected 3 times is a different one.
Okay, so did you get any comments or you try to...
Very good question. Very good question. So, this was rejected twice. So in NIH, you can submit a proposal 2 times, most of the proposals. That 3-time rejection one is a different category. But RO1s, R21s, these type of proposals are, you have 2 tries to get it funded. Now what happens? I like NIH system a lot actually. But still the struggle is, let's say I submit a proposal today. Actually the score was really good. So in this one, what happened? We got a really good score. Okay, let me tell you another thing before that. RO1 proposals in NIH have a published pay line. That okay, if your score is below this or greater than this, you will get funded. So lower the better, right? So maybe for NHLBI, the pay line is 15 percentile. If you are below 15 percentile, you will get funded. If you are above 15 percentile, you won't get funded. It's very black and white. Now, the problem with R21 is the program officer decides if it should get funded or not. Okay. So, let me minimize that. Okay. So, what happens? Reviewers loved it. We got a really good score. But the program officer said, this is a high risk, high reward project. I don't think so, it's high risk. Now, this is a very tricky thing. If we don't put enough preliminary data to make it look high risk, reviewers might say, oh, I don't even think it's possible. So, how to make it look enough high risk, but don't do so many studies that it looks not high risk anymore. So reviewers gave us suggestions. Actually, honestly, I don't even think we submitted it twice. We only submitted it once. The score was really good. And program officer said, oh, it's not high risk. Then we thought, what's the point of trying again? Because even if we submit again, the reviewers will review it, but then it will go back to the same program officer. If the program officer thinks it's not risky enough, then what's the point? But you brought a good point. Lot of times what happens, we submit proposal, getting it funded in first time is almost impossible. Okay. I don't remember if I showed you the timeline yesterday. Usually what happens, you submit the proposal, let's say we submit something today. It will get reviewed in 3 to 4 months from now. Then there is a council that meets. So if you are lucky, you will get funds in December or January. It's a 1-year process. But most grants don't get funded in first attempt. Reviewers give you feedback, you resubmit it. Even then, most grants don't get funded. Because if I give you a document today to read, right? And I'll say, give me your comments. You give me some comments. Next time, there is a really good chance it won't go to the same people. Even if it goes to you, but maybe by my reviewer number 2 and 3, earlier it was Rashmi and now it's Neha. So people change, and 5 months ago when you read it in my last submission, you read it with different mindset, your mood was different, your thinking was different, you understood different things, you focused on different things. 5 months later when you read it, your thinking is different. So even if though they address the issues you had last time, you might now bring up some new issues. It happens in our lab all the time, right? Student comes to me and talk to me today, maybe you have experienced it today, also in your labs. You go to your mentor, they say, oh, why don't you try this study? 1 month later, they'll be like, why did you try this? You should have tried that. It used to happen to me, and I used to think, why? And now I do the same thing because so much is going on. Today I am looking at your project with one angle. 1 month later, I'm just thinking something else, and I'll be like, no, you should try that also. You should not have tried that. You should have tried that. So this is the, you need to be really good, but then you need to have a reviewer who really likes your proposal also and is ready to champion, is your champion. So it's a lot of factors, but no matter what, you need to have good science, because NIH has such a good system. There are 20, 30 researchers in the room. A bad science is not going to get passed. You know, even if one reviewer didn't understand the science very well and gave a good score, others will question it, that the score will go down if the science was not good. So
in somewhat sense, they will defend your.
So both things can happen. You know, they can really champion for you, or if the science is poor, they can really say, hey, this person didn't do this in the proposal. And if the science is good, these are the people who will say, hey, this proposal is really good, it can really change things. And these study sections are made up of mixed background people. There might be a chemistry background person also. There might be a lot of MDs also, because it's NIH. So they understand clinical problems better than basic scientists sometimes. So there are a lot of engineers. So it's like very mixed study section. And the SRO, our SRO got up. He or she picks the study section after looking at the proposals also. So if there are a lot of proposals talking about hemodialysis or blood material interactions, the SRO will try to pick 1 or 2 people in that study section with that background. So I really respect the method. The system is really good actually. So, okay, any other questions for proposals, grants? Okay, next thing I want to talk about a little bit is your exam yesterday. Now, let me open this, and actually people who are online and live, they can also, this can be a summary of the classes we did. So one of the exam question was define biocompatibility. And the thing is, a lot of people gave good answers, but a lot of people gave very unexpected answers. Define biocompatibility. A novel polymer is being developed. Briefly describe 4 tests to evaluate the biocompatibility of this material, right? So I hope, who will answer this quickly? I just want one 30-second answer. No, I don't know. Okay, what's your answer? Quick answer. 30 seconds.
So we can test for biocompatibility.
What is biocompatibility?
Oh, yeah. So biocompatibility is like the material is stable and is able to perform its function which it was made into. So it should not cause clotting.
Or trigger any problem. Like it should do its job, what it's intending to do, without causing any harm to the body.
Response.
Yeah.
It should not cause cytotoxicity. It should be only able to perform the function with which we intended it to, and there should be no embolism, no thrombosis or something.
Yeah. And in biocompatibility tests, she already mentioned some of those, right? Okay, then this one was interesting. A lot of people didn't answer this well. Active and passive antimicrobial coatings. Okay. What is the answer? What is active coating? What is passive coating?
Active coating, what I'll say.
Oh, why? You can see it or no? Oh, wow. Okay, wait. Sorry. I didn't even look there. I was just like, good. Can you see or can you do it for online or no? You're good? Okay. Be good. This is page number 5 for the examination document. Be good? Okay, thanks. So, what is active and passive coating? Anybody? See, you are all the people who did well in the exam. You sure? You know you answered this wrong. Okay, but you can go for it. Okay.
So, sir, I think active coatings are the ones that there is a direct diffusion of the whatever antimicrobial agent we are employing with.
Okay, so active coating is it's actively releasing something,
Yeah, it's like
right? Silver or nitric oxide, or antibiotic releasing surfaces. That's an active coating.
That slippery surface you talked about.
So super hydrophobic surface, super hydrophilic surface, slippery surface. It's not releasing something, but it's passively trying to prevent things from sticking, right? Okay. Okay, biofilms and 4 phases of biofilms. I think everybody wrote phases of biofilms very well. So lag phase, log phase, stationary phase, death phase, and explain that. That's fine. Why biofilms are difficult to eradicate? People didn't answer really well.
I guess I wrote the answer because bacteria, the bacteria inside that biofilm releases some of enzymes that degrade or defunction, like disable the function of antibiotics that are trying to penetrate the biofilm.
Okay.
That they make something I don't remember, but they make it out of which approximately 90% of the particles contain 10%.
Yeah. So EPS, extra polymeric substance, it protects the bacteria in there. Bacteria goes into dormant state. There can be quorum sensing. Bacteria can talk with each other and start protecting each other. Biofilms don't let antibiotics enter it. You need 1,000 times higher dose to go inside the biofilm. So all those things were needed to be discussed. this I think most people answered, so I'm not going to go. The question was properties of surface that affect the interaction with proteins and properties of proteins that affect the interaction with surface, right? TGTM, again, lot of people didn't answer very nicely. Who will tell me TGTM?
Transition temperature where the polymer is getting from solid state to a rubbery and a soft state is a transition, glass transition temperature, and the melting temperature is where this rubbery states completely change into a liquid.
Okay. What else?
So every material will have a glass like
Every material,
polymer.
every polymer. So some people for TGTM gave examples metal and ceramics, right? So polymers will, every polymer will have what? What were you saying?
TG, glass melting temperature.
Yes. But every material might not have TM because TG is associated with amorphous part, TM is associated with crystalline part, right? And TG is greater than TM or TM is greater than TG?
TM is greater than TG.
Yes. So little bit of that needed to be discussed. Numerical problems were very easy, but I think less than maybe 10% did it right. Okay, they were very simple problems. So one was you just had to remember that formula that G is equal to, I don't remember, G is equal to T divided by 3.3 log B by B. That's it. And then the other was G is equal to T over N or something, right? If you just remember that, the only tricky part was forget 8 hours. Let's say I told you guys forget 8 hours. Only tricky part was your starting bacteria count was 500. Your final bacteria count is 310 to the power 6. Time is 6 hours. Just so you know, 8 hours was, now after you had calculated G and N, in 8 hours, you knew the starting count was 500. You know the time is 8 hours. You had to calculate the final concentration of bacteria at 8th hour.
Actually, what I did, like when you told that you don't have to answer the 8 hour thing, so I didn't answer it in the question, but I just how to solve. So I did what I just took the number of generation that I've calculated earlier and the generation time, and I just divide that to calculate the number of bacteria.
I know. Okay. So last question was, the last question numerical was this molecular weight average and number average. Very simple again. It was just, if you remember the formula, sigma Ni Mi divided by total Ni and then sigma Wi Mi. So, and you always remember weight average molecular weight is greater than number average molecular weight. What is the ratio of weight average molecular weight by number average molecular weight called?
Plasticizer.
Plasticizer. Polydispersity index. Okay, what is plasticizer? Now, since you said plasticizer, what is a plasticizer?
When we add plasticizer to a polymer, it increases the TG. No, it decreases the glass transition temperature of a polymer.
Okay, but what is a why do we add plasticizer? So, some polymers like PVC,
To increase the flexibility.
so some polymers like PVC are very difficult to work with, you know, because they are so, they can become brittle. So we add plasticizer to give that little flexibility to the polymer, and plasticizers provide that flexibility to the polymer. Okay, let's go to the next part for today.
Beta mode, like what is the division of beta and number? Like, just like that.
What?
Polydispersity.
Polydispersity index. Yes, it's in the slides. It's there. But I know it was too much too many slides. I know.
When it's greater than 1.
So it is always greater than 1.
Okay.
because weight average molecular weight will always be greater than number average molecular weight. Okay, now the next part that is also very important is how to prepare a presentation. Okay, so today my topics are how to prepare a presentation, technology transfer, what is it called? Ethics in research, and finally some tips and tricks for PhD students, researchers that I found were useful. So I want to share that. So this is the whole day plan for today. Okay. So presentation for preparation. How many of you think you are confident in presenting, and how many of you are nervous in presenting? Okay, you guys are confident ones. Okay, confident. So that's, oh, you are not confident. Okay, okay. So, and it's totally fine. Most people are most people are not confident. Okay. Now I'll tell you about myself. So when I started my PhD, my confidence was zero. But while working during my PhD, my mentors were great. They pushed me. I got some opportunities to present, and slowly I learned you just have to become confident. And the reason is, you might be a great scientist, but if you cannot present what you did well, then people won't appreciate all the good work you are doing. You know, so you can be both. So one is, in your not being confident, you might present things in a boring way. Now that's a problem. Audience are not enjoying. Or you're talking too fast because you're not confident, you're nervous. People are judging that, or it's instead of looking at your great science, it's hurting, your nervousness is hurting you more. You know, so I think and I'm going to talk a lot of things, but whatever I'll think, I'll randomly say without the slide also. One thing you can try to do is record yourself presenting and watch yourself later. You will hate it. Most of us, if we present and then we watch ourselves, you'll be like, okay, how was I talking? This is so weird. I should not talk like this. But it'll maybe tell you that, oh, I say this a lot, or oh, I stop a lot. I have not done it for myself. Okay, if I look at it, I might hate how I do it also. But it might teach you, I say this word a lot, or I say, I mean, you will see things that you'll be like, oh my goodness, I should improve on these things. So finding what you are doing wrong, then fixing becomes easy, right? Another thing that used to help me was write notes for each slide. So for example, you have a 15-minute presentation, you're going to go to a conference and present. I mean, even the confident people can do it also. Lot of times what happen, you either overspeak on a slide or you underspeak on a slide, right? Like I wanted to talk about clotting on that slide, but I forgot. So if you write some bullet points that, okay, on this slide, I will talk about this, this, this. On this slide, I'll talk about this, this, this. Do it few times for your presentations, and then you won't have to do it again. But let's go through some of the things and then we can see what all is helpful for you. Okay, so all of you, what are some of the things and you don't need to tell me details, just keywords. What is some important things when you're making a presentation and presenting it, or you're making a PowerPoint and presenting it? Story, concise, story. What else? Figures. Explanation for the figures. What else?
Target audience.
Target audience.
The proper conclusion or summary.
Proper conclusion. Yes. Novelty of your presentation. What else? I mean, you're saying all right things. Okay. Let's go through it. But yes, these are the things you have to think. So, and I have seen this happening. I have some examples for all of this at conferences or here or there. This is common mistakes people make. Reading from the slides. You know, it's already very boring sitting and listening to somebody for hours and hours. And if you start reading from the slides, you can read from the slides also. Then why are we here just reading from the slide? Text is too small. You know, it's so difficult to read when sometimes text is so small. Full sentences. See, I can read this bullet point, do not write full sentences, or you should not be reading from the slide. Like you can write paragraphs to read. It's very annoying for, so you need to find good bullets without going into full sentences. Crowded slides with complex diagrams. If you have a complex figure, try to put it on a slide by itself. Don't put so much complexity. Another thing that I have liked with lot of good presenters is that they are not trying to impress you, they are trying to inform you. Once you start trying to impress that, oh, I do all these fancy things and very difficult science, yes, great, maybe audience will think also you are great, but if they didn't learn anything, then that defeats the purpose. So if you can go to the level of the audience and try to explain it better, that should be the goal. And they'll automatically get impressed. But if you're just impressing, they won't get informed, they'll just get impressed. No clear story. I work on this field day and night, but this is not your field. If you guys will start telling me what you do, I won't understand 90% of it. So you have to tell me from basics that, okay, we do this because of this reason. This is the problem and this is how we are solving it. So you have to just remember others are not from your field. Even in biomedical engineering, biotechnology, when we go to NIH, all those reviewers are from our field, but they are still from so different backgrounds that nitric oxide is not a common word for them. Or even if it is, they are not chemists who knows how to covalently bind zwitterion to the surface. So you cannot assume that everybody knows what you are doing. Choice of colors. If you have a very light background, don't write with yellow color. If you have a very dark background, don't write with blue or black color. So just make the colors very contrast so that it's easy to read.
Like whenever I present something, so this is the most common mistake that I do, the choice of colors. How can we improve on this?
I mean, so I don't know if you guys liked my slides or not. They were white with black and red. It's just simple. Yes, right? So then, okay, honestly, you don't even have to think too much. If you like my slides, just start making slides like that. You know, just choose the right colors. If you have a white background, don't write with pink color, yellow color, very light colors that will just go mix with that, right? Light blue color. If you have a dark background, don't choose dark colors to write, so that it's at least visible for people easily to read it, right? That's just the goal.
At the very start of my PhD, I was told that RGB colors will be used for the presentation, and that is very mandatory.
Yeah.
Give your conclusions in red, you give your results in green, and so then everybody should catch it.
Yeah. So off topic. So 2 tips for you guys. Do not try to, okay, sometimes I get emails from students, postdocs. Email has like 5 different fonts going on. Actually, this should be a topic in the afternoon, but I might forget, so I'm going to tell you right now. Address it to the person you are emailing. Lot of time emails are dear sir, dear professor. So it looks like this person just sent it to 100 professors the same email. Since we are talking about this, and you should be listening to because you are applying, little bit address it to the professor you are trying to apply to or job, little bit relate to their field, then it's like little bit more personalized email, right? Lot of time people want to say, hey, I have made nitric oxide releasing surfaces, I work with antibacterial coatings, I work with hemocompatible surface, I have animal model. But the person they are applying to has nothing to do with it, right? So you can say that, you can say, hey, I have done this, you do this, and I think my experience can be very relevant to what you do. Or I saw your these 2-3 papers in last 1 year, I see you are moving in this field and my background will be very helpful to what you are doing, right? Since we are on this topic, try to write short emails to the point, attach your CV definitely. Lot of time people just write email. So you have to remember sometimes professors are getting 100 emails a day. The chances they will click and open your email, sometimes it's tricky. And if they do, you didn't have your CV there. Now I'll say, hey, please send me your CV. Now you are taking another chance that now you send me the CV. Will I open the email again or not? Because what if the day your email comes, I have so much going on, this deadline, that deadline, this emergency, that your email now gets buried in this pile of emails. So short, to the point, definitely highlight your strengths, your accomplishments, but don't write paragraphs and paragraphs. Nobody is going to read that. Just few things. Do try to email again after a week or 2. Give some time, and then it's a little bit your luck now. Sometimes you emailed. See, but again, professors are very busy. Money is a big problem. Funds. So today I'm not looking for somebody. Tomorrow I get a good news that I'm getting a big grant funded. Now I am in a big need to hire 3-4 people. But you emailed me a month ago. Now you are out of my mind. And now suddenly she emails me tomorrow when I got this big news, and I'll be like, okay, I want to interview right now. So luck, be in the right place at the right time, all that matters. Okay, so you cannot fix a lot of things, but you can try your best. So another thing why I went to that topic, lot of time these emails come to me, underline, bolded, italicized, blue color, yellow color, just too much. It does not look professional, okay. Attitude. So be relaxed and confident, even if you're not feeling confident. At least pretend that you are confident as much as possible. Don't get defensive. So it can look really bad in the presentation setting, conference or whatever, that people start taking it too personally. If you start asking me, but does nitric oxide really kill 90% bacteria? And I start getting upset with you, or I feel, oh, you are questioning my science or something. You can still address it and say, oh, we have done studies, here is my study. And if it's getting too much back and forth, you can say, this is a great question, but let me finish this and we can talk after this session. Because sometimes audience can be difficult also, and you answer something and they question you back. You answer something, they question you back. Some people are just either very they just want the answer so badly, or they want to criticize. There can be 1% people like that also, right? So don't be disrespectful. Even if somebody is annoying you, irritating you, keep your calm. Don't try to impress, try to inform. No nonsense. It's okay to say, so when you go to conferences, try your best to prepare. But it's okay you don't know something. We cannot know everything, right? You guys asked me so many questions I didn't know. What can I do now? But if I try to give too many wrong answers or make up answers, now even when I tell things that I know, you won't trust me because you don't know now what to trust and what not to trust, right? And show enthusiasm. So sitting in audience and listening to somebody is anyways, so you need patience and everything, and you're listening to somebody without getting bored, 100% attention. If the other person is not enthusiastic with whatever they did, you are going to get bored also. So you need to at least show passion for what you did, and hopefully you can make others excited about what you do. Okay. Never exceed allotted time. So I don't know how much you have been to conferences. Some conferences, every conference is on very tight schedule. Some conferences are so big that maybe some talks are happening in this building, some talks are happening in administrative building, some in civil engineering building. This talk is from 10 to 10:30. 10:45, I want to go and attend a talk in a different building. If you are going off time, you are now causing lot of chaos in this whole plan that's going on. Lot of time, the moderators of the session, they actually will stop you also, because if I go 5 minutes over for you, my next person will start late. What if somebody wanted to attend that talk and run somewhere? Now they cannot attend their talk because you were taking more time. Okay. Practice beforehand. Be prepared for total technology failure. So I was coming here, right? What if I just brought all my PowerPoint on my laptop and my laptop won't start? Terrible. First of all, I'll get a heart attack if my laptop won't start because everything is on that. But now I came here for 2-week program and my laptop is not working. So before I came, I put all my slides on a flash drive also and on my laptop, so that I have multiple places where my stuff is. I also put lot of times on the cloud, like whatever your slides are, because you never know. My suitcase came a day or two late this time. What if you had first of all, you should have your laptop with you or your flash drive, but what if I had something in my suitcase and now that's not coming? So I know most of you know a lot of these things. They sound common sense, but we still make these mistakes, and they can be really, it need to happen to only, maybe if I'm going to 20 places to talk, even if one time it happens, it's a huge problem. Keep your audience in mind always, right? Are you talking to high school students or are you talking with the professors? Are you going for an interview or are you teaching a PhD level class? It's different. When I'm recruiting PhD students, I talk in one way. When I'm teaching in my class, I talk in one way. When I go to another university to give a lecture when more professors are going to be sitting, I talk in one way. Your audience should be interested in your talk. Don't forget the main point of your talk. I purposely try to, especially in class setting, I purposely try to tell stories in between. The reason is you're listening to me on this topic for last 30 minutes. It's getting boring. No matter how I think how exciting it is, it can be boring to people who are not in your field, right? So if I just say a little story, even if you were going to little bit sleep, that story will wake you up, and now you can pay attention in another 10 minutes. So that's the goal. Organize your talk in a way that you're telling a story. So my goal for the class that I taught was this GIAN program: talk about materials, talk about problems, proteins, bacteria, blood, talk about some solutions. So little bit like a story. Story that matters. Include graphics and figures and words. So if you make whole slide lot of words, people can get bored. Okay. If you put some images in it, that can help. Another thing I feel is sometimes it's not possible, but if you stay on one slide for a very long time, that can be an issue also. That's just my thinking. Because if I'm just talking on this slide, you are listening to me, but your mind is, I mean, we are not Swami Vivekanand, that focused person. Our mind can go a little bit here and there, right? But if I change slide, you will be like, oh, something new. You will bring your focus back here. So usually they say, usually they say 1 minute per slide. Don't take it hard and fast. Sometimes you have to be on a slide for 3 minutes or 4 minutes, sometimes 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The point is, don't be like running through slides, boom, boom, boom. Don't be like 10 minutes on each slide. Just have a little speed to it, right? Think about the logic of flow. What are you going to talk about? What will make sense? Plan your talk before start making the slides. That, okay, how am I going to tell the story? Purpose of presentation is to persuade. Again, I don't know how, one idea per slide, it may or may not apply every time, right? Neuroscience, human beings can hold only 3 to 4 chunks of information at any time. Outline at the beginning, explain in the middle, recap at it. So I try to do, let's say I started talking, but first 3 minutes, Neha was distracted at looking at her phone or something else. She was not. I'm just making it up. Now the problem is, now at 4th or 5th minute, when she starts paying attention, it's out of her, like we are already talking something. So in between, if you can really little bit say, oh, so I was talking how we can put NO donor in the polymer because we want certain amount of nitric oxide release. Now, even if she missed those 2-3 slides, she'll be like, oh, okay, that's what they're trying. So even if some bit in between people go off, they can still catch and keep listening, because otherwise what will happen? You missed the little topic, now your brain is thinking something else, now you're missing the next part, and now the whole talk is waste for you. So before you present, enthusiasm. Why do I care about this? Why should it matter to audience? What is a take-home lesson for everyone? Right? I came here, did the GIAN program, I'll leave. If you retain 20, 30, 40% of the information, that will be great. You know, and I'm not saying things that you can remember and forget after 2 days of taking the exam, that we all do. But can you remember biofilm or infection or clotting or nitric oxide is a solution? It can do this and this. Just retain that type of information for longer time, right? That's the goal. We talked about this already.
I guess like like every time you tell something like a new topic, you always add some story with that topic, and that story help us to remind about that.
That's the goal. And I could have told more stories if we were not doing it on recording. There are more stories, but so talk is not your full research paper. See, sometimes, so for example, when we showed that Dr. Robert Latour's paper, I don't need to show you the 10 figures he had in his paper, right? I'm just showing some key things. Little bit off topic again for this should be an afternoon point, but I'll forget it, so I'm going to tell it now. Lot of times students, and I think it depends on your mentor, so don't listen to me, you should do what your mentor tells you to do. I don't like when a student is trying to show me everything. So, okay, show me your 1 week or 2 week data. They are saying, oh, you know, I mixed A and B and I made this polymer. And then when I tested for tensile properties, it was really bad. Then what I did? I mixed C and D and that didn't work. But then I did this and this didn't work. But then I did this and it worked. So I think if you're struggling and nothing is working, yes, please tell the whole thing. But don't take 5 slides to tell me it didn't work, right? You can say, I have tried mixing A and B, C and D, E and F. The tensile properties are really poor. Just say on 1 slide. But if you already found out the optimized number, you can just say, hey, I tried lot of different ratios of A and B, but finally, this is what worked. If you're struggling, you don't know what worked, please tell me everything so we can think of a solution. But just you want to show that, hey, I was working very hard. I tried this and this and this and this. Okay, you're wasting everybody's time. You found the solution. We know it must have taken a lot of time for you to figure out this final formulation, so we can skip all that. So but I know it depends on mentor to mentor. Somebody wants to look at everything you tried, but some don't. So that's your more mentor thing. Big images and movies can take long time to load. So this was little bit more casual environment, but if you are going to like a big conference or a big talk and all lot of big people are there, professionals are there, and now your video is not playing, it can be very embarrassing, right? Or big images are not loading, or you made all the slides on Mac and now at the conference place you have to use this PC and everything is jumbled up a little bit. So it's your responsibility now, right? So I should have, if that was a problem, I should have come here and said, hey, I want to use my computer. Or if you invited me here, I should email you beforehand and say, hey, will I be using your computer or can I use my computer? And then accordingly plan for it. And if it's your computer, I should come here a little early, try to play video on it to make sure it's going to play, rather than feeling embarrassed when it's not happening. Always back up, Don't overcrowd your slides. Don't go to the very bottom of the slides. Because see, this room is fine, but there can be some rooms, big auditoriums that people cannot even read here. So you need to think about that. Consider your blank spaces properly. Make the slide aesthetically pleasing, not that you have like something in one corner, nothing on one corner, there is a weird blank space. So all that goes. So you have to be a good scientist, but this is a package deal with that also. You have to do a good presentation, make a good presentation. Everything is important. Don't change fonts very often. Try. I know some of my slides, because there were so many, I didn't have this border on maybe all the slides, but I tried my best that 80-90% of my slides have the border. I tried that 80-90% of my slides have red font heading, and they are all maybe Arial. But if you are changing slide to slide, green color font, red color font, the heading is changing from Arial to Times New Roman to green to blue, it just looks a little bit unprofessional, right? On the same page, this is Arial, this is Times New Roman, that's even worse. Because if my last page was Times New Roman and this page is Arial, maybe you won't remember and it's okay. But still, try to be careful. Don't go below 20 point in text font. At least it's readable to you, everybody, right? Also, the method they say is go far and look with your fist, and then when you stop seeing it's covering the whole monitor, then see can you read it from that far. Another thing off topic, posters. Be so careful before you print posters, because you will be standing next to the poster at a conference. Any mistake that you will make, it will make you hate yourself so much, because you will keep looking at it again and again that, oh my God, I didn't write y-axis. Oh my God, I didn't put this. So be very careful. Show it to your lab mates, show it to your friends, mentor, that you do not have mistakes. And actually for that, even bigger deal is your manuscripts that you publish. It's so easy because there are so many pages in a manuscript, figures, written stuff. It's so easy to miss something. There is editorial staff, they are doing their best. But as an author on the paper, it's our job to just make sure that we do not have mistakes. You will just feel embarrassed if it gets published with all those mistakes, Okay, don't distract your audience with confusing figures and content unless you have to. Unless your work is that you have to show something, that's fine. Don't overuse bullets. Don't use multiple bullets. Same slide, there is this type of bullet, there is arrow type of bullet, there is just too much going on. We talked about the first one. Don't use shadows also too much. That you have shadowing going on. Again, make fancy slides, make nice slides, but don't make things that are looking confusing or weird, like just focus on content a little bit. Another big challenge is the graphs that we put. Lot of time the fonts on those graphs are very small. And then when you put those graphs here, it's very difficult to read those fonts. So it has happened with me so many times. Students publish their papers. Now paper is published, they graduate, they leave, but they never gave me the raw data. It used to happen early. Now I'm like more particular in last few years that I need all your raw data. Now I have to go to a conference or here and I want to show your graph, but I have to copy paste from a PDF. And now I cannot change the font size. Little change in topic. NIH has become so strict now, and India maybe it's like that too, that we need to have all the raw data now for 10 years or something after your project has ended. Because we are using taxpayer money to do the research, we cannot just say, oh, I don't have the data. It's our responsibility to save all the data, whatever work is being done with the funding from taxpayer money, right? Lot of times I have seen students forget to put x-axis or y-axis. There is a graph, y-axis is missing, or it's time, but it does not say it's in minutes or hours or seconds. So these small details become very important. Dress professionally. Oh, another one. Always face your audience. So it sounds common sense, but a lot of time I have seen either people won't even look at the audience, or they'll just look this, or they'll just stand this and present, or they'll only look at one person. You know, they just feel comfortable and they are just looking here, they are not even looking anywhere else. Or unconsciously, they are just looking in one direction and they are not looking at anybody else. So, do not be monotonous, do not do over hand gestures, do not act nervous. It's not in your hands a lot of times, but try not to act nervous. Somebody told me one time, and I like that point, somebody said that they are very nervous when they are presenting, but what they have found, somebody even said they don't wear glasses when they go. So now I am not having an eye contact with you, that's making me nervous. I'm looking at you, you think I'm looking at you, but I cannot see your eyes, that's making me nervous. Okay. Somebody even said that in a big auditorium, they look in all directions, but instead of looking at you, I'm looking above your head a little bit, because here you can tell if I'm not looking at you. But in a big auditorium, if I'm just talking and looking, I'm not targeting anybody's eyes. I'm just looking in that direction without paying attention to anybody. Now the chances are you will feel less nervous. Okay. Another thing I remember when I was a PhD student that helped me, I went So one of the students just said timing, carry extra set of batteries. We were having some trouble with the batteries. Okay. One of the rooms is so bad, like when you stand, you little bit move and that projector just, you come in front of it and now your shadow is on the screen. So if you're nervous, you know at a conference you're going to present in this room tomorrow, go that day morning or a day before and see the room. If other speakers are presenting in that room, see where they are standing. Just get a little bit accustomed to that area, and I think that helps. Don't block the screen. Some rooms are badly designed that you have to be careful that you are not carry excess set of batteries. I felt so bad. I really forgot to bring my laser pointer and move the slides, right? I was fully planning to bring it, but then while packing and everything happened so fast, I forgot to bring it. That helps a lot. I could be like a little bit walking here and talking and move the, maybe for GIAN program, this is better that I'm standing here, not walking around. And I have seen this, I'm not making it up. Sometimes people are nervous, so when they have laser on, their hands shake and then the laser shakes. So even if when you're talking, presenting, people cannot tell you are nervous, that laser pointer will make it look you're nervous. So one thing I have heard people said is use your hand like this and then use a laser to keep your hand steady. Another one I have seen is people are nervous presenting on the stage. They forget to switch off the laser and then they are like moving the laser like that. At least 3 times it has happened. I have seen that happening, that the laser is going in the audience now, because in that nervousness, people can forget, right? Summarize your results, have a take home message, don't use long sentences, have backup slides. So sometimes you're not showing some data, but something you can think can, I mean, it's again being proactive, planning it well. If some question comes, do you have a backup slide to say, oh, yes, I have it. So try to have multiple backup slides thinking this type of discussion can happen. Make acknowledgements brief and to the point. Let audience know when you are done. It has happened at least 3-4 times. People finish and they don't say anything. And now there is a weird pin drop silence and nobody knows what happened. So if, let's say, this is my last slide and I say, let the audience know when you're done. And now I just stopped. It has happened. I have seen this happening. So you, in the end, you can say, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening to me. Do you have any questions? That's it for today. Say something that your audience know that, okay, wrapping up. And then for this particular topic, here are some useful links. There are so many, there are so many good speakers. Now there is YouTube videos, links. I think I covered basics that can help. You will get these slides. You will get everything. So, okay. Questions from this topic or any discussion or anything? Oh, so that depends on your venue. Right. See, I had to do 28 hours, right? But if a conference is 15 minutes, you will already know your slot. When you get invited also, so in general, if you think from a faculty angle, most places we go for a seminar or invitation, usually it's 1 hour slot. So you do 45 to 50-minute presentation, you have 10 minutes for question answers.
But if it is basic research presentation and we have not given any time, so it's up to us how much time we get.
No. But what is your venue? Where are you presenting? Where are you presenting?
In research
Yeah. But the conference will there is a big agenda, right? So let's say conference, you are presenting it in 11 a.m. session. There are 5 speakers in this session. You are going to talk at 11:20 to 11:40. You will always know what is that length. Nobody is going to invite you, or you go somewhere that you have no idea you are giving a 10-minute talk or 1 hour talk.
And how much number of slides is ideal?
That's a good question. So, and even I get, after so many years of experience, sometimes it's an issue, right? Sometimes you have too much to cover, sometimes you didn't make enough slides and things went very fast. So I'll say, if you are thinking that 1 minute per slide rule, that can be a good one, especially if you are talking with your peers, let's say. Now, if you are talking with your juniors or high school students or undergrads, you might be presenting 2-3 minutes per slide because you are explaining things. So it depends on the topic, it depends. That's why practicing beforehand is a great idea, right? So if you know you have to give a 20-minute conference presentation, you practice at home and see how much time it takes you to do it. But I can also tell you, most people I have seen, they say they talk much faster when they go to present. So at home, if you're taking you 20 minutes, you might be done in 17 minutes because in nervousness, you talked so fast. It's journal. I have heard that a lot. Yes. So yeah, I hope I answered. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I have to ask something. Like, you have explained your slides, and you asked me to just give a summary based on your presentation. And now I have to come there and have to explain in a summarized way. So how much time should I use or utilize to cover all the slides to give you a summarized way? Like, how can we decide so that this much time I have to get to this slide and this?
Okay. Okay. So you're giving your whole presentation, or somebody is saying,
Giving someone's else.
let's say a poster session. Is that a good example?
Yeah.
That you came to my poster, I'm doing a poster, and you say, okay, what are you doing? Explain it to me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think shorter the better. Okay, because lot of time in conferences, there are like 500 posters. Okay, today there might be so many tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Now you take my 10 minutes, that's too much. So you can just tell, so I'm going to give you a 1 minute version, but if you really like certain points, I can talk more in detail, right? So you can say, let's say if you'd come to me, I'll be like, so infection and clotting are huge issues with medical devices. Technology in market works to some extent, but these issues are still there. Nitric oxide is an endogenous molecule that that kills bacteria and can prevent clotting. We are developing devices, coatings that can release nitric oxide to take care of clotting and infection. This is my 30-second, 1 minute explanation, right? But now if you want more details, I'll say, can I explain anything in particular more to you? Because for this one, I made a catheter, I tested it in animal model, and it showed this decrease. That way, because see, a lot of times what happen, you're walking, you're seeing posters, that 30-second will be great for me. Now, if I'm interested in your topic, I can talk more to you. If I'm not interested or I understood it, I can go to the next one because I want to see 200 posters. Of course, you worked on it for 2 years. You are passionate. You want to explain everything about your research. But other person's time is important also. Okay, anything else? Okay. Then let's start the next topic. Okay. I'm just thinking what to talk. Okay, let's start this. Very important topic. Ethics in research. Okay. I mean, it's so important that right now NIH, universities, everybody is trying to. There are so many ethical things that are happening. So to give you an idea, we are interviewing faculty candidates in our university. I'm a search committee for the department chair position. There is a question on ethics even in this interview that give us an example of your ethical, like how did you make an ethical decision and all that, you know. And don't think only we have to do ethics, like we all are doing ethics every day. Okay, can you guys give me some examples of ethical dilemma or where all ethics are important?
Like you exam, it must be ethical that you don't cheat.
Yeah.
Because it's not about your code, but it's about not being honest to your time and effort labor.
Yes, ethics in exam. What else?
With your experiments.
With your experiments, big example. Yes. Yes. What else? Authorship on a paper. Very good example. Yes. What else?
Acknowledgement also.
Acknowledgement also. What else?
Give fake praise.
Fake praise to someone. Yeah, I mean, fine. It's not completely ethic, right? Like, if I say, oh, you did a good job, even if you didn't do a good job, it's not completely ethics, right? Okay, what else? Novelty in our work is not ethics. See, if you do a really amazing work, you can publish in Nature. If your work is mediocre, you can publish in a lower impact journal. You're not being unethical. Yes, if you're lying in your paper to make it look like a great work, then it's unethical. But every idea cannot be nature level, right? So that's not ethics as per. What else?
For animal experiments, you need to stick to the protocols that are given because they should not suffer. Like kind of a sacrifice.
Animal, yes, very. Yes. Animals or human subjects, ethics is very important. What else?
During recommendation,
During recommendation,
recommendation to professor and science. While we are checking, like evaluating the other.
oh, of course. Yes, yes. So, for example, when we are doing NIH review session, right? We are reviewing NIH proposals, or if a manuscript comes to me for review, ethics is very important. I cannot use my bias. Oh, I don't like this student, so I don't like this researcher. I'm going to reject the paper. Yes, that's very important. You have to separate your science and your personal thinking about something and just look at the science. What else?
Also confidential.
Confidentiality is very important. One example I said is when NIH review sessions happen, you cannot say, oh, this particular person was saying bad about your proposal outside to anybody. I mean, there are serious consequences for these things, Sometimes, students don't realize cheating can have so much consequences. I didn't know that, but I found out that if you are caught cheating in India, you guys know this probably better than me, and it goes on your record somehow that you were using there is a word, what is it called? What is it? UFM, yes. So, I worked at University of Michigan, so we say UFM. So it's like UFM, right? So unfair means here. So you cannot apply for, like, it'll hurt your future for a lot of things. You cannot go to lot of places now if that's on your record. So there are like very serious consequences for for any ethics related stuff. Another example of ethics, can you think of anything else? Otherwise, plagiarism, yes, I was going, okay, what else can you think of?
Keeping also.
Yeah, I mean, that's very serious, not plagiar, but that's very serious ethic problem, right? What else? Yeah, so I mean, racism is wrong in so many different ways, but again, from ethics wise also, you're not looking at the science, you're looking at other factors. That's definitely wrong. Yes. What else? So another ethics related thing that I have to deal with also is I have a startup company, right? So people who have startup company, they have to very clearly tell university that, hey, I have a startup company. You cannot just keep it a secret and not tell the university. A conflict of interest, right? Because so ethics, conflict of interest, it's all I'm covering here. So because there is no problem in having conflict, but you manage the conflict. Another big ethics and conflict related thing is your relative is your mentee, right? That's a big ethics and conflict of interest. So in India also, maybe these are the rules, not allowed. Yes, yes. So let's say you cannot have a relationship with the person you're supervising in both ways. One, you can hurt them or help them. So if relationship is not working well, you might be hurting them. If relationship is great, you are favoring them or helping them. So that needs to be very clearly told. And most times you are not the supervisor of that person anymore.
Some exams for related exam of your
Yes, yes. So for example, if let's say you did PhD under me and now you're applying, and we are at DTU, you are applying for faculty position. I should not be involved in the hiring committee at all, right? I should be totally out of it. Because if I liked you or I didn't like you, I can affect your hiring at the university. I should be totally out of this thing and let the department handle it. So that's one example. For my startup company, I have to inform the university that I have a startup company. And then there is like lot of documents, do's and don'ts that we have to keep in mind. For example, I cannot just, let's say my startup company needs some testing done, tensile testing. And now I'm just testing it in university. That's not allowed. But you can do it. Everything is allowed if you do it in a proper way. But if I have a grant from NIH, I do a subcontract of the work to University of Georgia that, hey, here is $10,000 to University of Georgia for doing this work. Then it's fine. But I cannot use my lab in the university to benefit my company. And some things are not so easy to understand. I'm learning a lot. I cannot let my lab people go and use my company equipment also. I didn't understand this first because I'm like, okay, it's my company, my instruments. I'm not charging university to use it. It's free. But somebody explained it to me then. See, the good thing about US is people give you a good reason. So they said, okay, if let's say a student goes to the company and get hurt, now who's liable? That's a university student, but there's an accident while using something, but they were working in your company now. But why were they in the company now? The question comes. They are university student. Why are they using, or while using the equipment, if they break the equipment, and tomorrow I'll say, hey, University of Georgia, your student broke my equipment. So university said, these are the reasons why we are careful that there is a boundary. You cannot do this. Another example is,
Permission to use.
I think it's still challenging. And I was going to talk about that. So if my company gets some funding, I can subcontract to the university and get the work done. That's easy. But let's say my university lab gets some funding, and now I want to say, hey, I want to give $10,000 to my company to get the work done. That's challenging because I think not even challenging, that's I think not even allowed. I have never tried it. Always it's the other way because now I might be biased. I will be biased, right? I want to help benefit my company and I'm using university resources to benefit the company. I think subcontracting to other places is easy. Like if I have, let's say, some work needs to be done, mechanical testing. We don't have equipment in the lab. I can contact a different lab or different university in US and do it. But sending the money to my company, I think it's probably impossible. I have never tried and I can see I should not even ask those type of things. You should not, another conflict example, I should not be purchasing things from my family members. So let's say my university has, see, a lot of things are common sense, but a lot of things get tricky. So even if you have the best price, I think, don't even do that. So let's say my lab needs to buy some chemical and my sister or brother or parents have a company that they are getting the chemical and I can buy it from them. Now that can also raise a lot of red flags. Okay, if the price difference is huge, maybe I can contact the university. I need to take special permission. I need to show quotes that, hey, this is for $5,000 from this company, this company, this company. I can get it for $2,000 from my sister's company. Maybe they will allow me or not, but you cannot just do it without asking for permission, and this is too much conflict going on now, right? I have also heard, I don't know how true it is or not, that medical doctors should not have stocks. We are good. I have not. Yeah, this is the slide. I'm just talking too much and then we will move with the slides. Medical doctors should not have stocks, let's say hip implant company. And I'm a doctor who is doing surgeries, putting these implants, and guess what? I have bought a lot of stocks in that particular company. That's a conflict. Even though when I bought it, I was not even thinking about all these things. But all this is, you are personally trying to benefit yourself by trying to play with the system. Another thing, I'm just telling you, sometimes we don't think about these things, okay? When we publish papers, we write in the paper that I have a startup company and I have a conflict of interest. Because if I'm showing how amazing nitric oxide catheter is, indirectly it can benefit me personally through my startup company. So I'm informing people that, hey, I have the startup company, so that people can think, oh, maybe this person is biased or not. You're just, again, it's nothing wrong. You're not lying about data. You are just being transparent that I have a startup company. I'm reporting this data. You're just being honest and not like on the back you are have a company and you're doing things. So just want to be honest. Okay, let's go through some slides. Data acquisition, management, sharing, ownership, all this is can be conflict of interest, and ethics, conflict of interest and commitment, human subjects, animal welfare, research misconduct, fabrication or falsification of data, publication, authorship, personal, professional, financial conflict. Oh, another one. I cannot review my mentor's proposals at NIH. They cannot review my proposals in NIH. I don't know if there is a rule for 10 years or beyond, or maybe the rule is if you did a PhD with somebody, you might never be able to review. So you have to be careful about all these things. You know, if I have a collaborator and now NIH invites me that Hitesh come and review the proposal, I cannot review the proposal of my collaborator. Okay. Another thing that happens in the review panel at NIH is, so before the panel happens, the scientific review officer will email all of you to say, do you have any conflict with any of these proposals? Right? So for example, you and I have a collaboration going on, and we have published papers together and we have an active grant going on. You will tell the program officer, hey, Hitesh, this Hitesh's proposal, I have a conflict because we have an active grant together. So what will happen you will not get my proposal to review. Plus, on the day of discussion, she will have to leave the room so that she cannot see who is saying good or bad things about my proposal and tell me. So she has to leave the room. Even more, what they do is, if let's say you are a reviewer on the study section and you submit a proposal now to be evaluated in this study section. So what NIH does is, there is a special study section, they move her proposal to that study section. The reason is, she's reviewing other people's proposals. But what if she's giving bad score to others so that her proposal can look better? Right? So if you are a panelist in a study section or review panel, your proposal will never get discussed in that study section. Yeah.
As you were showing your project, you mentioned some OBMs. Now, so the other people will let you know that they have worked with your PIs as well. Will that be a conflict of interest?
Yes.
Also, the question is that if you are right, that you used Professor Baltimore's name, right?
Professor Bartlett.
Bartlett.
Yes.
I'm really sorry.
Yes.
The father of technique.
Yes.
So, will it influence the funding?
Yes. So what will happen is,
Because he is now not working. But
no, he's still working. Yes, he's still working. But what will happen is, let's say when I submit proposal and this is a study section, the program or SRO will tell you guys that, hey, in this proposal, Hitesh Handa, Jason Laughlin, and Robert Bartlett are the people. If you have conflict with any one of them, not just me, because if Dr. Bartlett is a co-investigator and you like him a lot, or you have worked with him, you have friendship or whatever, now you might give him a good score and it'll get funded. You are benefiting your friend now. So that's what they want to avoid. Okay. Then they can be plagiarism, peer review, collaborations, all that. There can be a lot of, some are very easy to find, where is a conflict, where is ethic question. Some are just get very complicated gray area actually, so okay, so I wrote here. So lot of these slides are I found from Vanderbilt website. So I just, because ethics questions are lot of time very similar, but from Vanderbilt University there were like lot of good ethics slides that I found from there. Falsification, fabrication, plagiarism, all scientific misconduct, right? You're just falsifying data. You killed 90% bacteria, but you are saying, oh, I killed 99% bacteria. You're falsifying the data. Fabricating the data. Let's say I interviewed only 100 people, but I'm saying I interviewed 1,000 people. I just made up 900 people that I interviewed. That's totally fabricating. And plagiarism is copying something, somebody else's work or your own work. Right? I have tried my best. So I have a lot of different case studies and different examples. So I removed the names. But I think on Google, all the names are available also. But I just didn't want to talk about the names. That's not the point. I'm just telling you the issues. Between 1992 and 2001, 248 different research institutes reported instances of research misconduct. For example, okay, there are just numerous things can happen. A student was caught cheating. Now ethical questions, right? What do we do now? Okay, your heart says, okay, let it go. It'll hurt the student's career. But now you all were studying and this one student cheated and got good score. Am I being fair to all of you who studied? So now this is and I don't know see, some of these questions are so difficult, you don't even know what is the right answer. Okay, what if that student just cheated one time? They have never cheated in their life. Is it worth ruining their career now? And again, it's person to person thing. Some professors will be so strict, oh, you did it or whatever, that's it. Some will be like, okay, this is your warning, don't do it again. And I don't know what's the right answer, honestly. What do you guys think, actually? Huh? I don't know. And there might be so many things like this. I just thought of this very randomly. But you can think so many things that are just so, you just don't know. If you make a committee, there can be a huge discussion in the committee. Somebody will say, oh, well, that's not acceptable. Somebody will say, oh, it's okay, let it go. So, fabrication, intentionally creating records, right, that are not there. Interviewer completing questionnaire themselves, right? Preparing records, creating notes for a subject visit that never took place. Right? So can be a lot of fabrication examples. So I removed the names of these people. Actually, that's what I was doing yesterday. I just didn't want the names to be, but if you look, maybe they are available on Google. So this professor or scientist published more than 200 articles over 20 years of research. So very, very accomplished and big researcher. Had a reputation of leading authorities in the field, human obesity and aging, was jailed for falsifying data in grant application. You see? So very serious consequences. I also remember, I don't remember everything, 2, 3, 4 years ago, some scientists from one of the Asian countries committed suicide, I think, because one of their Nature or Science or some really good paper, they found out the data was falsified and something like that, and the scientist committed suicide. Now, question is, why do you think it happens? Like, why do you think people are falsifying, or what are some of the reasons for falsifying or wrong data getting published?
People want to succeed very fast. One reason, and particularly in research, it's a very time-taking, resource-taking. So due to paucity of maybe time, fund, or resources to this, and maybe even if they are good, they are reputed names in their field or something, and they want to continue their trajectory, but somehow they're not able to come up with new ideas, not getting those kind of funds. To maintain that trajectory, they resort to this.
I think you said it very nicely. I never used to say some people want to succeed and succeed very fast. That's very good you said, actually, right? I never said that like that. But now in future I'll use that. So there are a lot of reasons, right? One is assistant professors, they have to get promoted, they have to get tenured in US, maybe similar rule here. They are under a lot of pressure. They really need money and papers, otherwise they won't get. So not even they want to succeed in that limited time. So that's one issue. And then you said it well. Successful people are doing really well, but they want to keep growing and keep doing well. That can be another reason. But there is another reason. What is another reason? Yes, that's the same. No, something else.
Haven't completed their PhD.
So now, sometimes professors might not even know that data is falsified, right? You are doing PhD under somebody. They are not going and working in the lab every day, right? You are reporting them some data. And if you are lying, okay, sometimes it's easy to catch. If you're saying something really that has never. So in our lab, when somebody gives me really, really good result, I mean, I'm very happy, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, guys, I want to be, not that I'm not trusting you, I want to double check that this is the case, right? Because if we publish such a good result, and it's for some reason, not that you lied, what if you did the experiment wrong? And it was a fluke shot or something happened that day that your data came really good. So we want them to repeat multiple times. Sometimes I even tell somebody that, hey, please don't feel bad. I'm not trusting you, but either your data is so good, can we ask this another student to repeat it? Reproducible, and you did make a mistake, sometime unknowingly. What if you are graduating, you are starting your PhD, you transferred knowledge, but in hurry, or you didn't transfer everything, right? And now you did some experiments, but you didn't know how to do it properly. As a PI, I am thinking, oh, you are well trained by Neha. Of course, you know what you're doing, but you missed some of the knowledge and you made a mistake unknowingly, right? And now the data is wrong, but I thought data is great, and we don't want to publish that type. So sometimes PI doesn't even know that data is wrong. And I feel a lot of time maybe PIs are not doing it on purpose. Students are also probably not doing it on purpose, but it's just sometimes I feel also that can happen is you got a really good data and you don't want to repeat it multiple times, right? You got good data, you are very happy that it worked, and you feel, oh, I'm not lying, this is not a fabricated data, I got it, I want to publish it. But I think your duty is to do N of 3, N of 4, N of 5 before you publish anything, until you get statistical significance before you report it. Sure.
But in case of suppose uh, so I took one some data from some website or something, which is okay. I mean, it is fine. But some journal have published that data, so I took it.
Yeah.
Then I did my research.
And now it didn't work.
And there might be some changes, some problem with their data, but what I did was everything fine.
Yeah.
And I published the results what I got, and suppose I got good results and I published, but the data is.
Yeah. So I feel, so there are two things now. Okay, so what I understand is you took published data, used it to do something and published a paper, but the data you initially took was wrong. So one, okay, your job is, first of all, if it was published data, you didn't know it was wrong, right? So at least I don't think so you did anything wrong. See, you thought, we do that all the time, right? Hey, this group published that zwitterion is super hydrophilic. But in our work, when we make super hydrophilic, we test it again, right? In your field, I guess, if in the later time you find out that the first paper was wrong, maybe your duty is inform the journal and maybe retract your paper because you found out that that data was wrong that you used. So your paper is now wrong, but you are not at fault, I think, because you just trusted a published work and that's it.
Sometimes it's retracted from GitHub, but and my research there and I did the
Yeah.
there is no existence of that data.
So you mean the data is gone? You found out that the data was wrong, or you didn't even find out it was wrong?
I didn't even find out.
See, if you don't find out, then what can you do? But if you find out that, hey, that paper got retracted because the data was wrong, and you use that data to publish your data, future scientists might go to your paper and do something with that, and now that can be bad. So if you find out that the data you use was wrong, you will have to, right? Because now your paper is not right information. It's not your fault, but it's a wrong information. Somebody else did it, and you got entangled in that. And yes, that's why I'm saying you are not to be blamed. But we don't want future people to refer to your paper and keep doing something wrong, right? Okay, we can stop here for lunch and then we will start the next session. But this is think of more ethical things. The more you talk, I think it's a better topic for discussion. Okay, thank you guys. That we can discuss. So this particular situation was 200 journal articles, 20 years of research, but falsifying data, fabricated data in 17 grant applications. So this particular person was barred for life from receiving any federal funds for research and was imprisoned for the fraud. So point being, any of these type of serious things can really lead to a lot of situations, so okay, another example, research records for 15 subjects. So this person fabricated interview data and the research was funded by NIH. Now, this person was debarred for 3 years from contracting or subcontracting with any US government agencies. You know, uh, falsifying data, example, we talked a little bit, but can you guys think of something of falsifying data?
In certain website blogs, I've seen certain examples that people use Photoshop in order to color correct something overexposed and underexposed.
Yeah. So now you are not making up data, but you are misrepresenting it, right? So backdating interviews or changing a subject's age, uh, instead of 20 years, you are saying they were 40 years or whatever, right? Example, falsified data. This person, I removed the names, of course, falsified data in different manuscripts, citing NIH support and NIH grant applications. So they voluntarily excluded themselves for 10 years from getting funding, and 2 papers were retracted, 1 paper was withdrawn, figures were retracted from 3 different papers. So just things can get really serious, for doing falsifying, fabricating, and all that. Another example. Ooh, I don't know actually. 2 papers were retracted, 1 was withdrawn. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Is it possible that retracted it was published and they retracted it, and withdrawn is they had submitted it, and before it got published they withdrew the paper back? I think so. But point is, it's just serious. Another example, phlebotomist at University of Oklahoma falsified research in study by substituting their own blood for 10 to 15 blood samples for a child study participants. So, and I mean, some of these things are not even gray area. Like, definitely this is wrong, right? Like, it's not even question mark, or should I do this or this dilemma. Another example, between 1992 and 1995, they altered and fabricated data in permanent medical records, and falsified, fabricated data in 80% of the publications. Plagiarism. So, multiple things here. Actually, I thought another thing. I think in India also, whatever work we are doing, it's a university property, right? When you graduate, your lab notebooks are not your property. They stay with the university. They are university's property, right? Okay. So copying somebody else is definitely wrong. You're plagiarizing. But after you have published something, it's even self-plagiarism also. You cannot say, oh, it was my paper, I published it, I can just copy paste the same language. Then it's self-plagiarism, and that's also a problem.
There is a limit.
Yeah, I don't know the rules there, how much is allowed or what is allowed. You have to just cite it. You cannot just make it look like, because now after you publish it, the rights have gone to that published the journal.
Also, we have to do the research paper. So, also, we cannot just copy paste our whole paper. We have to replace it. But there is a certain limit of self-plagiarism.
Okay. I don't know. So I can tell you in US what happens. If you have published papers, you can do a chapter style thesis. Each chapter is a paper. We can do that. Now, yes, you are kind of plagiarizing, but we take permission from the journal also, and you can just put your whole paper as your chapters. So that's why we always encourage students publish papers. If you are a first author on the paper, or depending on the university rules, you can write introduction chapter, you can write conclusion chapter, and you can put your paper number 1, 2, 3, 4 as your middle chapters. Okay. Off topic, a suggestion for new people who are doing their PhD, starting their PhD. Somebody gave this idea that when you're starting your PhD, always publish your work, or when you are evaluating data, with similar color scheme, so that at the end of your dissertation you are not having some papers with blue, green, yellow color and some are purple, red, orange color. You can pick a good scheme of colors. Like for us, let's say nitric oxide releasing materials. A student can do all nitric oxide releasing bars in green throughout the thesis. All anti-fouling technology they are using, GIAN or hydrophobic or hydrophilic, all yellow color in the whole dissertation. So now if somebody is looking at your dissertation, there is a consistent theme going on. Can be good. Too late for you. Okay, so I know. I mean, I didn't know this idea too. But now I. Yes. Okay. Another example, urology fellow from MD Anderson plagiarized 9 pages of a 21-page article on prevention of urological cancer. And for next 3 years, they've had some, whatever the punishment was. Okay, yes.
So, I mean, the universities have allowed some percentage of it, but what's your take on this?
So first of all, okay, I'm no expert. I don't even understand AI very well, but I'll say one thing. Maybe scientific community as a whole needs to decide something, because if some people use AI, some people don't use AI, now that's a problem. Because if you are using AI, your documents can look much nicer than the ones who are not using AI. So either it has to be completely allowed or it has to be completely banned. I think it has a lot of scope to be used in a positive way. Like, when computer came, what if we had said, oh, we don't need computer. Oh, I love going to library. I'll just go pick up books from the library. We won't be able to find information so easily on computer, right? So I think it's a good thing if we know how to use it properly, if there is a proper do's and don'ts with AI. But it has to be, if it's allowed and you are not using it, you will be at a disadvantage. So there needs to be something there. Uh, I don't know about the field yet. The only thing can be, I feel, if I'm teaching a course and now students are using AI. I don't want to say such strong statement, untouched, okay, but now we are more hands-on wet lab, right? Maybe there is a way to implement AI in some way, and even maybe that's a cool field to move forward in, which I don't know yet, and maybe there'll be new funding opportunities, but right now I don't know if I have to make a new coating. I have to make a new coating, right? But AI can help me if I say find all anti-fouling coatings out there or something. Maybe it can help me do that literature search. But honestly, I don't know.
It was fine. When it comes to we see there is so much of animal ethics and restrictions, regulations involved. So what if an AI or a deep learning model is built in such a way that it takes into account of every nuances of a
Yes.
technology, and then you can just test your
Definitely.
material in that, and you don't need animals.
Definitely. And I think that will happen. That will happen. We have not figured out how to do it, but yes, deep learning, machine learning, all that, if we can somehow implement, and
It
it,
can be a systems biology approach, mimic whole of the body,
yes.
stuff like that.
And then of course we have to do animal work, we have to do in vitro work.
Still do it, but much lesser.
It's helping us narrowing down to some final, yes.
Percentage of what to
Yes. Yes, it can help. Yeah. We have not done anything yet, but I would love to someday do something with, yeah. Okay, so next is it's a good study. So the story was, okay. So a super famous scientist, published 1,000 papers, like imagine 1,000 papers, right? Different level. Member of National Academy of Sciences, supervising, this is a very successful person. Another younger successful scientist goes to NIH and finds out that one of the syntheses that this person has mentioned, the proposal has very similar language. I don't even want to have, let's just say, okay, I don't want to, okay, have any specific things there, I mean, that's fine. And it's okay. I mean, I'm still, yeah. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. A different one there, right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can go to the next slide. That's okay. And I think it's fine. It's okay. So this person finds out that there is a very identical, so let's just take example with you guys, okay? She's a super successful scientist, lot of papers, lot of patents, like really good. And then you go to NIH study section and find out that a project submitted by her in the panel has a similar language that you wrote in your proposal some time ago. Okay, so now the question is, how would you suggest that a younger scientist proceed with the concern, or would you think that that person should just ignore it? So you saw that this great scientist project that they have submitted to NIH for review has a language that you submitted a year or two ago. Now what would you do? First, this is the first question, that would you just let it go or would you do something? But that person is the best in your field, leader in your field. You are just a junior person, not trying to get better, right? Not so established yet. And what do you think? The second question is, what do you think is the reason that this happened?
First thing, obviously, I guess I will admire the research they have been doing. But if I have submitted some work, here I would like you are telling, so I would definitely go to NIH and ask them what should I do to just because my research is somewhat similar to what they have been proposing or. And for the second question, I guess they have done so many research, they have published so many papers. So I guess because they know so much better than me in that field, so that idea would have struck their mind in coincidentally at the same time when it struck my mind. So
Sure.
I
But
guess
the question is, they wrote that idea same language that you had written. It's not just the idea. Okay, idea is nitric oxide plus zwitterion. That's one thing. But they are actually not just doing that, they are writing it in the language that she had submitted earlier.
Something. The nuts.
Yeah.
And very few people have that.
and there is a high chance that I guess they will favor because the renowned scientist and she has published so many papers. So because her stand is so much high,
That fear will be there for the other person, right?
So we will be talking to this person first.
Okay.
The idea or the language is similar, how they did get it. Or I have submitted a project under them, but they are using it and they're not giving it to me. So I'll ask for the credit. If not, then I'll
Okay. So one person is saying they will go to NIH. One person is saying they will go to that distinguished big shot professor directly and try to talk with them. Okay, what else?
I found out that they was very similar to us because idea very
No. So the thing is, so let me explain this. Let me explain the situation, right? So you submitted a proposal to NIH a year ago. It didn't get funded. Now, when you went for the review cycle, you received a proposal to review same language for a part of the proposal that you had proposed a year ago.
and if I'm in the committee, then I can say then and there only that it is very
To the committee. Okay, so that's great. So one person is saying they'll go to NIH. One person is saying they will bring this question, they'll bring this discussion in the committee. One person is saying that after the committee, because that person is not there, she is not here when the discussion is happening. She does not know who is reviewing her proposal, but the reviewers know whose proposal they are reviewing, right? So because the name will be written. I showed you R21 that Lachlan will do this, but Lachlan and me and Bartlett never found out who reviewed this. So in NIH publishes a roster of meeting that has, let's say, 30 names. That these 30 people were in the panel. But which 3 were the main reviewers, I will never find out. Okay. So one person said go to NIH person, one person says discuss in the committee, one person says go talk with that famous professor, anything else. Others who are don't have any idea, or they don't want to have any additional idea, which idea they like the most. Yeah.
So since topics coincidental in terms of ideation, but as you said, the language is dot to dot same for a particular para or something. So maybe the best idea would be for that junior who's also a reviewer is directly approach the person after the meeting ends or something, and to know if his work was worthy enough to be quoted the same way as he did a couple of years back. And if so, maybe the renowned person can give some due credits to the junior in that particular case. That would be the best way to move forward. Because putting a is commonly a foolishness because I'm very same field. But getting aligned or being attached to the same person as an assistant or something would be a better option. This is what.
Be unethical. They are unethical, and I am also being unethical because of my own interest.
And here the stand is like the in the correct position I am because my paper is being copied or the language is
You will be credited for it. You will be in the work. So
why is the first question?
Okay. Others would say anything. What idea you like the most?
So basically, reviewers just think of that कि paper कैसा आया है, कैसा बन रहा है. The paper में गलती हो, reviewer will send it back to us.
It's not a paper. It's a grant. It's a proposal.
In fact, in the committee also, I would not blame the person that they have plagiarized, but I would just say that, oh, it is very similar to something which I submitted a year. So it's up to the committee what they.
Okay. Last person. Yes. What idea you like? Okay.
Very confusing.
Okay. It is, right? See, lot of time, sometimes ethics are so simple, conflicts are so simple, sometimes it's such a gray area, right? So, what this person actually did, what idea is the best idea? So, your idea is not a good idea. You should not, your idea is not a good idea. You should not go and now, first of all, NIH says very clearly you cannot contact the people whose proposals you are reviewing. And you cannot contact the committee that, hey, my proposal is coming in this committee. You can never do that. There'll be strict action. So you cannot contact, you should not contact the person. So the best, and you should not discuss this in the review also. So the best option was to contact NIH and let them know that this happened.
Then decide what to.
Yes, and or just let it go. You know, like she's saying, this is a big shot person in the field. I don't know, will it help in future? Will NIH tell that person that this person said anything against you? Maybe they won't take the name, but maybe scientific community is so small, it's predictable that, okay, I'm working on this area, somebody in this area must have complained about me. So now you're making a very powerful person your enemy. But this person actually told NIH. Okay. Now, second question. What could be the possible reasons that such a powerful person this happened? Is it an honest mistake, you think? Forgivable mistake? What do you think?
in times of AI, I think if we use any AI tool to tune in our written work,
Yeah.
let's say he did it years back,
Yeah.
putting the same keywords. Maybe his idea was different, but couple of years back, he used the same tool. And now again, maybe I have framed a different raw idea, but my AI tool finalized it in the same way.
Yes.
So it's definitely a forgivable mistake.
Okay. So let's forget this. This was not done in AI time. So let's just forget AI for now.
It could also happen that most of the biggest scientists, their project associate or their juniors, they do their work. And it could also be that that guy would have received that same proposal and might have plagiarized that content. And it is also necessary for that investigator to have that knowledge that some of this content is plagiarized. Because if someone from his lab or his team is doing this mistake, he can pinpoint that. He can point out that, "Yes, तुमने किया था."
Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Any additional things we have in discussion?
Plagiarism is even in our industry not allowed.
10% below is allowed in our industry.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not worry how much is allowed, but what else do you think? Yeah. But I think this is more saying a novel idea, like that novelty of how to synthesize something, or
Innovation.
it's an innovation part is what's the discussion.
One of that because they don't want that curve to fall down, and they thought that it was a really good idea, and
Yeah.
that they wanted it, and it's rejected first.
Yeah.
And but they just that section is copied, but everything else they have modified it, presented in a better way.
So his answer is the real reason what happened. So when NIH contacted this famous person, they said that, I have this big group. I don't know, the numbers will be on the next slide. Let's say I have 100 people group or 80 people group. To train the people in my lab to become future faculty, I give them proposals to review. So if let's say this famous person was in NIH review panel, she got a lot of proposals to review, and she told her postdocs to train them that, hey, help me review these proposals. And now later on, faculty also ask their postdocs to help writing proposals also. You get guys help your PIs also to write proposals. Now let's say you ask your postdoc, this person took the section that they earlier got some review and pasted that section. Now, in PI's defense, how is she going to find out that it's a plagiarized part, right? I mean, she's reading it and it looks really nice that, hey, I'll do this, then I'll do that. And she's like, oh, very good, I'm proud of you. But she does not know it was copied from there.
The PI as well that she didn't check it thoroughly or
So, yes and no. So one thing is, you are trusting. See, then the thing is, Professor Hasija, right? She's a department head also. You guys are doing research for her. How much she can check your day-to-day experiments,
not just
that document, but you copy-pasted something from somewhere, unless she's running everything through a plagiarism software, which most people don't run through plagiarism software. Oh, okay.
Unpublished work.
Yeah.
Proposals are unpublished. They are not in any database.
Yes.
So this
Actually, you can never run on a plagiarism system. How will you get? But yes, I mean, PIs are at fault also, right? I mean, it's their name that's going, right? Like if you're signing a file and somebody, staff member, wrote something wrong in that file, in the end you are signing that file.
take ma'am.
Yeah.
If something happened in the department, he actually is going.
They're going to get the fame and they are going to get the blame. It's just, with everybody, yes.
Tell me one thing. What did that person do after they found out that they had done this?
Yeah, so we are coming to that. That's the next discussion. That's the next thing we are going to talk, right? So, but now I don't know when this happened, honestly, I don't remember. But new rule of NIH is, new is, I don't know, 5-year-old or 10 rule of NIH is now we cannot take off anybody in reviewing proposals. So if I propose to review, I cannot tell anybody in my lab, my students, my postdocs, my friends, colleagues, I cannot say, help me review this proposal. I cannot tell anybody whose proposal I am reviewing. It's all confidential. So maybe in those days, I don't know if it was allowed or not whenever it happened, but that's the rule. So this is what that person said. And that person said, I don't want to disclose the name of that scientist because it will ruin their career. Okay, so now that person's name was never disclosed, and the PI said, somebody help me, but I'm not going to tell the name of that person. Now the question is that famous person lying?
That was my question.
Or this is the truth what he said? Or he got something or she got something to review and copied it themselves to make the proposal. So see, it can be now again debatable topic to deflect and say, hey, somebody did it from my lab. I'm not going to tell the name, but they didn't do it. Or they actually did it.
Although morally it is wrong, but why should a famous person put a claim on them just for such a mistake?
No, they're not putting on themselves. They're reading thing to the unknown
No,
person and
like I'm
saving
saying,
themselves.
Yes.
why will they do it? They obviously will delegate it to someone.
No, that's not so.
Yeah,
It
I
shows
mean,
only
they're
the
trying. Yes. So now the question is, do you trust or you don't trust?
It is closed envelope, and do NIH has ethics and ethics?
I really don't know that answer. If they have their own. No. So I think actually I know the answer. I don't think so. NIH would have done this themselves. I think they would have told the university that, hey, this is the situation with your university. You know, so, and universities get a lot of funding. You know, let's say there are 3,000 professors in the university and lot of those are getting funding from NIH. So if NIH will raise a concern and say, hey, from your university, this happened, please look into this matter. I think it's university's responsibility to look into it, not NIH.
Ethics department or the contact information and the email.
In the yes, of the university, because it's an employee of the university who did something wrong. So university should look into that matter. Okay, let's go to the next slide and see what happened. This is an interesting story, you know. So junior scientists immediately notified NIH, then referred the case to the university to carry out inquiry. ABC claimed that he followed a few of his senior students interested in academic careers, because see, now there is another dilemma. How would you train your postdocs and graduate students who want to go to faculty route? See, this senior person can have a genuine thing also. If you are saying, I want to become a professor one day, your PI is saying, okay, help review grants, help write grants. That is training you to become professor in future. So that was his intention. That there are grants, and then that student wrote a research report with future direction for the lab, and he used the research report to write his proposal. But he never disclosed the name of the student, claimed that he took responsibility, and then he would not allow the student's career to suffer. Okay. But then something more happened. During the investigation, allegations surfaced that ABC had published a paper that plagiarized an unsuccessful NSF proposal that he had previously reviewed. The overlapping sections included mostly background material, but did also include unpublished data from the NSF proposal. So, what it's saying is, she's in trouble right now. We are taking her as an example. So she's that famous person. They found out that she published a paper, and in the paper, there was a NSF proposal that she was reviewing of somebody else's, and she used the data from that proposal and put it in her paper and published it. Okay, now it's just a little bit adding up. So then what she did, she submitted the document to the publisher or whatever that agency is, or NSF, and showed that the paper was actually published before she reviewed that NSF proposal. But NSF found out that the date, forensic analysis found out that file had been doctored. So if she said, I published the paper in September and I reviewed the grant in November, they found out that that date on the manuscript was doctored. Because maybe this was olden times, maybe internet was not so common that you can very clearly see the dates when it was submitted, accepted and all that. So they had doctored the date to make it look like her paper was published or submitted before she received the NSF grant. And then they said that the secretary formally accepted the responsibility that the secretary, to save the PI, had doctored the date. Now what do you guys think?
As this habit of doing.
That's the way you said it, yes. What else? See now, I mean, earlier that little doubt was there. It's becoming a little bit more difficult to think it. Yeah.
The whole lab is unethical now.
So,
Could also be a cover up. Try to cover up the work.
yes, you know, I'm sure, see, maybe the secretary did it, but sometimes graduate student is doing it, sometimes secretary is doing it. Somebody is always taking the blame.
That's really taking her position and her authority as the PI of that lab.
Yeah.
That if so much is happening under your guidance.
Yeah.
Under the bag.
Okay, so then what do you think happened, the consequences?
Both the secretary and the PI were.
Yes. So what do you think consequences?
Like I'm just guessing. Like if this is the truth, yeah, it's saying.
But how do we know that truth? Like we don't know it's the truth or not.
That's why I said I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
It will be the truth then.
Why would a secretary would do doctor or date change?
Actually, yeah, that's
What
the thing.
I mean, it can. I'm not saying what happened or what didn't, but
Have been traded with a lot of money and favor in mind.
it can be. I mean, it can be anything, right? So then here was the final outcome. University recommended that ABC downsize his group to 20 co-workers. So university said, because your group is so big, all this is happening, you need to decrease the size of your group. Okay. Then the ABC was prohibited from serving at NIH advisory committee or review group for 10 years. NSF did not issue a finding of misconduct, but in settlement, ABC agreed to not receive federal funding for a period of 2 years. University eventually required that he limit his group to no more than 25 co-workers for a period of 3 years. No students were forced to leave the group. I don't know. So, no doubt ABC students benefited at least in some ways by reviewing proposals and writing proposals. Does this benefit justify confidentiality abuses? Right? Because issue is, see, now NIH is very, very strict. I don't know at that time they were strict or not. Even though as a professor, you know it's a confidential information. Students, postdocs, they are still young, lot of time immature. They might still be blabbering to their friends, oh, you know, I'm reviewing a proposal by this person, you know, my PI gave me a proposal to review for this big shot or whatever. So is confidentiality is getting abused because this person is talking about it with other people and the data is now getting more spread, right, in different ways. So something to discuss, right? Let's go to another case study. It's not here, but let me ask you a question. Let's say you are doing your PhD with the PI and your data is something that you sent to your PI and said, hey, here is what I want in the manuscript. But your PI is telling you to represent that data in a different way. Maybe falsifying a little bit. Now, what do you think would you do? Falsify, kind of. Like, not that, oh, make the graph prettier or make the actually little bit falsify. I remember this because in my exam question in my class, I give this question to students, but we didn't do it yesterday. So I thought I'll discuss. What do you guys think? What would you do?
Like to bring it to the quite a gentle reminder to the PI that this is unethical. I should not be doing, even if I do it because you are saying it, or when we publish it, you and I both can be in a big trouble. So let's.
Okay, that's one suggestion. Anything else?
I'll convince more that I'll do the experiment again and let's see. It's not an interest for experiment.
Or we can and just tell him you have to cover for the mistake if anyone finds it.
So this guy is okay.
Put the stick on you only that you did it.
Okay, okay. Who? What else? What else? Yeah. Okay. What else?
Food की उम्र बहुत ज़्यादा लंबी थी होती है.
Yes. Yes.
Experiments are repeated by many.
Yes.
Any repetition in any graduate thesis.
Yeah. So I like your guys' answer. That's what I would do also. But sometimes when I give this question in the class, students are like, I'll go to the HOD, I'll go to the dean, and see, maybe eventually you might have to do that, right? But look at the conflict in your mind that's happening, right? I'm doing PhD. My mentor tells me, hey, falsify the data. I might lose my PhD position. That's the fear. My relationship with my mentor can go bad. So I think the best thing is you just try to convince your PI that, hey, this is not how it will work. This is not the right data.
If he is I mean, if he doesn't.
Yes, yes. No, that's,
Be strong-headed. Strong-headed.
yes.
Could it be a test from PI to check our
Yeah, see,
That is interesting.
that's interesting. I never brought that point. Yes, But if PI does not agree, now next question for you, do you quit that group? Because, okay, it's your first, second year of PhD and this is happening. Your options are accept what PI is telling you to do, or you quit the group, or you go to the dean or the department head or whoever is the next person. I don't know what else is your option. You try to nicely convince your PI, hey, this is wrong, I don't want to do this. PI is not agreeing like he said. Now what do?
Quitting, I don't think is a good solution because you don't know the next place that you go, the same might be happening. So don't quit from the
But if we
position.
go to the dean, then again that PI
But
will
if he or she is very rigid not to accept it and not to agree that all of this is
So maybe
unethical,
Dean and that person would friend.
that
the
is
next to
going
next
to
But see,
there is
this is why this class is so important with discussion, because I didn't think about what you just said. That the, and I mean, it's a common sense. Yes, I know, right? And honestly, even if they are not good friends, your relationship can get ruined. Like you are complaining, if I complain about my PI to my dean, now if my PI gets in trouble,
कोई यदि गुड फ्रेंड नहीं भी है तो भी वो अपने कलीग नहीं पढ़ते हुए नहीं उनका प्रॉब्लम लाइक स्टूडेंट ने कंप्लेन किया सपोज
they won't take it seriously, right? So now I go back. So what do? So you agree to the PI, you complain, or you quit the group.
agree, but I would try to take a evidence out of it and maybe use it in future if any allegations come upon me that it was the PI.
But even if you agree and do what they are telling you, won't you always feel bad that, or
have that.
you will never be happy that your paper is a false paper? Yes.
I have seen all
Okay.
their
Yeah.
second that will going to the but it has happened only when the model
Yeah.
and then the third just take something all the three.
So you have seen everything. See, so I'm so happy then I brought this. I know. And it doesn't matter. I don't want to know the name or who did it, but at least that shows this is not I'm just making up some question. It can happen also, right? Yes.
I could ask my PI that I'm not comfortable with this, but I have huge admiration for him or her. And if he or she could transfer me to another PI, where I can be with my ethics and of his dignity will be maintained. I don't want conflict with him, but I don't want to work with him.
So you are saying you will quit the lab, but you will tell your PI to recommend you a different lab.
या तो मैं कहूँगा कि आप मुझे निकाल दीजिए, तो वो भी मुझे आपसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बट मैं ये नहीं करूँगा. आप कह रहे हैं कि आप बातों का कीजिए, तो वो मुझे भी ट्रांसफर कर दीजिए. क्या to the Mahabharata. Krishna and Shakuni both are great politicians.
Yeah.
But one is wrong. And
Yeah.
that one way of the other.
Yeah.
And in that, there are 100 brothers, Kauravas. One person, just before the start of the war, switched the
Yeah.
after seeing it. And before switching that side, in the Mahabharata, it is mentioned that he met Duryodhan, उनका आशीर्वाद देता है, कहते हैं कि देखो मैं नहीं कर सकता, भाइयों आपसे लड़ूंगा नहीं कभी, but I am going to that side. That is the thing with that PI.
Sure.
Yeah, you are good.
So I feel if I was in that situation, I'll tell what I would do. I would change my lab. And I'll tell you why. So this is our next topic later today, tips and tricks about PhD. Within a first year of my PhD, I'm finding this type of situation. you want mentor-mentee relationship to be very, mentor is your mentor for rest of your life. Like all my mentors I showed you, I respect them so much, I can contact them anytime. Even if your PI agrees with it, do you have any respect or trust in that PI anymore? And what if this will keep happening again and again? Or whatever work they are doing, you just don't even believe in it, then why do you want your PhD in that group? See, complaining, I don't believe it. I don't want to complain, because even if you complain, if your PI gets in trouble, your relationship is anyways ruined. Then surviving in that lab for 4 hours, 4 years, 4-hour ECC loop is still going. So for 4 years with your PI and you not getting along, you complain, got them in trouble, it's not going to be a healthy atmosphere anyways. And PhD needs to be a really good time for you to survive and do well.
There is never student को परेशानी होती है कुछ भी हो.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'll just change my lab, right? I would like to change my lab so that I don't want to go through all this complaining, and now there's like 2-year long something going on, and you want to get your PhD done also. So you find a PI that is better fit for your the way you think.
यानी ये भी प्रॉब्लम है कि यदि कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गया और फिर सेम डिपार्टमेंट, क्योंकि यूनिवर्सिटी तो तुरंत चेंज नहीं कर सकती.
You might have to change the university. Yeah, I know. It's complicated, but see, that's why it's conflict of interest, ethic. It sometimes can be very tricky. It's not straightforward also. And I might be wrong also. Maybe this is not the best solution.
Very problematic to change PI.
Yes.
Complain. You don't have any solid proof to present in front of any committee.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Let's create a proof and then what.
Yes. And honestly, I tell all the students, PhD is such a long journey. If you feel either you are not enjoying PhD, if you feel you are not getting along with your PI, there is no harm in changing it. Because you don't want to keep suffering and go for 4-5 years, do a bad PhD because you were not enjoying, you're not getting along with your PI. Who is gaining anything out of this whole situation? Right? But it's a debatable topic. We can talk 1 more hour on it. So let's move on. Okay, data management practices. So we little bit talked at how when funding agencies are giving us funds, we need to collect data properly, save it properly. Now even NIH is saying you need to have a central repository where you are saving all the data. You know, we can even charge NIH in, I think so, I have not done it yet, but we can even put it in budget that I want this much funds so that I can have a space to store all the data. Data needs to be stored. You cannot just not store it. And sharing is important because this money we are getting, that's a taxpayer money, and it's our duty to share that data in terms of presentations, publications, patents. We are responsible for sharing also. Yes.
Most of the time, the patents are going on the projects, right? But you're presenting that work at a conference. So is it permissible or is it not? Because I have seen
Our next session is about patents and all that discussion. Okay, so I have a whole section about all that discussion topic. Okay, you will be here, right? Because otherwise I can answer you. Otherwise we can just talk about that. Okay. Usefulness is supposed to depend on careful attention from initial planning through final publication. Okay. ownership, public good. So the money we have, it's money from the people of the country. We are responsible to collect that data, save that data, and we have to report to NIH how many publications we had last year, every year. How many patents do we have that was funded through NIH? Research institutions claim ownership of data collected with funds given to the institution. Researchers frequently cannot take their data with them if they move. Okay, this is very cool discussion topic. We forget. So let's say I am at UGA and my lab is doing things, whatever. If I move from UGA to a different university, whatever work I did at UGA, if I file for patent, it's UGA's property. Another example, I have a startup company and I have the university lab. Whenever I file for patents, I file it from university. If I will start filing patent from my company side, I'll have to give a lot of explanation to university that how that work is totally different work than what my lab is doing at the university. And I think it will be almost very difficult to do it because university kind of owns my brain. And now I work with nitric oxide or whatever, unless I can prove it to university that now I have this researcher working for the company, this person has a background in not nitric oxide, something else, and this patent is nothing in my lab is ever being done on this type of work. That's why I'm filing this patent through my company. And I still don't know if it's possible or not. I'm just hypothetically saying, but the ownership is university owns that data. Notebooks should remain in the lab. Students can make copies of it or whatever to take it with them because this is their work. But the lab ownership is university owns that documents. Okay. Use appropriate and reliable methods, responsibility, data collection. You have to use proper methods and reliable methods to collect good, solid data. Pay attention to details, experiments must be set properly. All this is ethics, right? Data collection. If you are using human animals, we already talked a little bit, you need a lot of permissions to get all that done. Hazardous materials and biological agents. So our lab works with bacteria or viruses. Actually, I'm doing that right now. Just like for animal work, for bacteria work also, we need a lot of permissions from the university. All the students should be trained, they should have biosafety cabinet to work with. We need to get all that. If student gets exposed to some bacteria, what are the risks? Students should read that before they work on it. We can even get the work going. Yeah. So the thing is, what gets complicated is pressure in academia, right? Sometimes in order to move fast to get work done, we are not doing the right things. And in one or two slides, there is maybe I removed it. So there can be accidents in the lab, but if you do these things right, you can hopefully prevent the accidents from happening. So again, ethics, pressure, conflict of interest, all that is happening. Researchers can withhold confirmed or validated data until they have time to establish the priority of their work through publication or patents, right? So, just like you little bit said, maybe we can talk about it now. I was thinking I'll talk it in that session thing, but we can discuss it now. So, you should not, if you want to file for a patent, you have collected some data, you should not present it anywhere. Because if you present it, it becomes public information, it's not patentable. We have lost some patents like that. My student who wanted to go to a conference, they didn't talk with me and they presented something. And now we cannot file that patent. So that student lost that patent, if you think. I don't know, in India, US, there is a rule that if you if you present something in a conference or wherever, and now later on you decide, or you should have patented it, US gives 1 year grace period to file for a patent after it was publicly disclosed or published. But you cannot do worldwide or patent in other countries. You cannot file that patent in Europe or other places. Only in US I can patent it now because I got 1 year extension.
I always had this question because they write do not take photos.
Yes.
But
So
then they are presenting it to us.
no, no. So I feel they are just saying do not take photos in conferences, right? Because they don't want ideas to be out. But I think once you present it in a, at least see, I'm not an expert in this, but we have this innovation gateway or innovation district. It is our part of our university system that takes care of all this, startups, patents, filing for patents and all that. They say if it's presented, you cannot file for a patent. If later on something happens, somebody finds out, you won't be able, you will lose that patent because it was a public information. So it cannot be public information.
One more thing that it is also applicable on patents, but also business. I have the raw data. Maybe my paper is in communication. Maybe I have not just said it and I presented it at some conference. Then that particular data I think cannot be published even as a paper. So it's a public data now and it's on.
So very good point. Not just that, if let's say your story is not complete and you go and start presenting it, people can see what you are doing and they can see there is a good chance others are working in the similar field, right? And now they were stuck at a step and you go and show your half data and now somebody else is publishing it. So you have to be very careful when and how much data you are publishing, right? The final data should be freely available. But now what we do is that when we are publishing data, we are saying that raw data is available upon request. So we should be able to share the data. We cannot just hide data, we have to openly share data with the researchers. Okay. Now, next good topic is authorship. What do you guys think about authorship? So, how do you decide about authorship? Who should be on the paper? Who should not be on the paper? How much work should be done to be on the paper?
In DTU, it is like you cannot give authorship.
Yes.
That's a very big conflict. But in other research institutes, like I am in IGIB right now, so whatever collaboration is being done, even an antibody is taken from somebody else, you have to give credit.
So you say in DTU you cannot have other collaborators on your paper. What if they did some work?
She should not be BTech student or a PhD student. It should not be from some industry, and she must be a professor in a government. Only their name can be. Or
See, yeah.
someone is already graduated and then you get the NOC from them, then you can.
See, I mean, I'm not who can comment on that, but I feel that's different level, right? Because collaboration is important, working with each other is important. But if you are not allowed to take help, then that's fine. But if somebody helps you substantially, then they deserve to be on the paper. But if you know from day one, I cannot even take your help, then that's fine. Now it's not an ethical concern. But if you were doing intellectual contribution on the paper, like not trivial stuff, that okay, you are cleaning the dishes, you are if you are not giving me some substantial data for the paper, you should not be on the paper, right? Let's say you did XPS and you helped me do NMR, and you are doing FTIR or bacteria study or animal study, you actually did the surgery, then now, yes, yeah, yeah, not kill 50 animals is not the right language. Euthanize, yes, but yes. So if somebody is doing substantial intellectual contribution in a project, it's our duty to give them authorship, right? In your situation is different, but at the same time, it's also unethical that you are my friend and you did little bit work or no work and I still put you as a author, right? So that's not right also. Um, okay, so you have your criteria is you need to publish 2 papers with that criteria. Your third, fourth, fifth paper can be whoever is the co-author. You just cannot use those papers towards your dissertation.
It can be your thesis, but not as the criteria part.
The main 2 papers that you have. Okay. They should qualify for authorship, designated as authors. Okay. Consider how much work each person did in writing, editing, contributing, because it's also ethics to decide author order, right? If you did more work, she did less work, but I'm putting her as second author and you as third author, that's also unethical, right? Who conducted the research, who developed the concept, who wrote and edited the draft. This is important to discuss the author order. And sometimes you can imagine it's a very complicated process, right? Because if you did cell toxicity, she did bacteria study, who did more work? Whose work is more? She'll say, of course, my work is more. Maybe it was more time consuming. But fourth author, equal authorship, right? And you will say, yes, my work was not as much time, but I had to develop a new protocol to do it. But
Would be the data which is like giving an impact. Would
yeah,
decide the
yeah, yes, I agree. But sometimes it's still complicated, right? You can imagine showing your material is toxic or not toxic, or showing your material is antimicrobial. What is more impactful? and I don't know. Right? Sometimes it's easy that, okay, this person definitely did more work. But sometimes
How do you handle it?
it's tough. Sometimes it gets very complicated. You know, I don't have a good answer. Sometimes it gets complicated because students are upset. I should be third author. I should be second author. I should be an author when they did not intellectually contribute. And sometimes it comes to somebody took somebody's help. Oh, so there's another one. And I'm trying to explain it to students. It's not possible. Let's say for my work, you did bacteria study for my material, but it didn't work out. You tried it 4 or 5 times and it's not antimicrobial. We thought it would be, but it's not. Now, should you be on a paper or not? What do you guys think? You think the person should be on the paper. Okay. What do you think? What do you think? Okay. Anybody else? So the guidelines are that person should not be on the paper, right? Because, okay, this paper is published, right? This paper is published and you have, what is your contribution in that paper? I'm writing, hey, I'm making this ABC compound which is hemocompatible, and I did all this hemocompatible studies and animal studies, but I do not have a single graph about antimicrobial properties of that material. I never put your data in it. So why should you be on that paper? Because you tried? See, in our field, I try to submit so many proposals, but nobody's saying, oh, you tried. Here is your $5 million because you tried. You tried, it didn't work. And see, when I was making a sample, and let's say my sample never worked, I was trying to make a hemocompatible, antimicrobial, strong material, wound healing. I couldn't make it. I have no paper.
He or she dedicated time to me.
So let's say I dedicated 1 year to make a new wound healing dressing and it didn't work. Let's say it's brittle, it's breaking, it's not strong, it's not antimicrobial, whatever the reason is. Now I dedicated 1 year, but I cannot write a paper because my material never worked. Now, when I'm writing a proposal, I'm working for 6 months to write that proposal. If it doesn't get funded, there is no consolation prize. So you tried, it didn't work. Which figure did you contribute to in the paper? 0. So then why should you be an author? And see, maybe it's a debatable topic, right? Or maybe it's a professor's angle and student's angle that, oh, I worked on it.
It is mentioned in the authorship credit guide.
Yes.
If the data is not going into a paper, you will not be credited as it.
Yes.
If you're showing the negative result, okay, fine, this was not
Yes.
antibacterial, then you
Yes,
the
yes. So if I'm showing your data, like for some reason I'm showing in my paper, hey, this material is not antimicrobial for whatever reason, and I'm using what you got for me, now it's fine, right? Because then what people can start doing is, I can tell him, hey, you try cancer application, you try whatever application, and then it didn't work for anything, but I put everybody on the paper. But I'm just trying random things now and just saying, hey, but this person tried for 1 month, they should be an author. Yes? So I think that's a good discussion topic. Okay, let's ask her. So if you do some work for a paper and it didn't work, you're testing antimicrobial properties of a material, and I was going to make you third author on the paper, but your data does not look good. and I'm publishing my paper now without your data, should you be an author on the paper or not an author on the paper?
So if my work, I may agree that the data might be as valuable as the quoted data. My work helped other authors develop some understanding, and for that, if it is a contribution, intellectual contribution, I should be.
Okay, so you took it in a different angle, but yes, you're right. So intellectual contribution, yes, you can be an author. Like let's say when I was designing my dressing, wound dressing, you helped me science wise, chemistry wise, or you helped me understand I wanted you be for a bacteria study, you helped me say, Hitesh, it's not going to be antimicrobial. Rather, it will be this. Like you are really intellectually helping me for the project, then yes, you can be author. But if you just try to do some study for me, it didn't work, now according to me, you are not an author on the paper because you have no intellectual contribution. You worked as a technician to do some study and that study didn't work out. There is also guidelines. If you are doing technician type work, you should not be on the paper, right? Because if I told you, hey, do contact angle for me, you did some contact angle and gave me the data. You have no idea what I gave you. Here are my 5 surfaces. Report contact angle. You just reported contact angle to me. Then that's also, maybe you can go in acknowledgement now. But if you say, if you sit with me and do a good discussion that, hey, this material was hydrophobic because of this contact angle, but after we added this top coat to it, that changed the properties, the alignment of the brushes changed, like you are bringing something out more intellectually that a technician cannot do. Now you can be an author on the paper. Yes.
How do you see that Edison Tesla controversy? The same, most of Edison's were actually done by Tesla. He just copied them. Should Tesla get the credit?
I don't know. I don't want to have that type of discussion here. I know. We can talk in our break time, that time. I don't want to comment on who should get credit or not. Okay, but we can discuss it later. Yes, sure. Okay. Then the other section of the manuscript is acknowledgements, right? So some people, it's more fitting to be in acknowledgement, right? If somebody did help with writing the manuscript or with the technical help, like, because in universities you can give your samples to somebody and say, hey, do XPS for me. They do it and give it to you. So they are not on the paper. But you who's analyzing the data of that XPS is on the paper because that's your intellectual contribution. So I think different labs, different places, have very different culture. What it means to be on the paper. Some are super strict and some are very lenient. So how to avoid authorship disputes? Decide early on how authorship decisions will be made. Now, I don't know this is right or wrong. In my lab, what we do is, in order to, and I still don't know it's right or wrong, but I'll tell you. Some places they do is, let's get this work done. Then we will sit and decide first author, second author, third author, fourth author. Okay. And the second method is, from day one, I'm saying you are first author, you are second author, you are third author, you are fourth author. So now you say, what do you guys think is a better way? Second, first one?
People were, I was actually the language. I think the people should work and then we that how much they are contributing to a paper. And while preparing that manuscript, one should have a discussion, like whose name is going to be first author or second author, or in second case, which you are saying you are the first author, you are the second author, then the amount of work should also be like rationally distributed.
Yes.
You are the first author because you are doing this much of.
Yes. Yes. So, okay. What else? What all others think about it?
When we plan any work, we decide the role of every. The authorship we decided they don't.
So you say that method is better. Okay. Others? Huh? So get the work done, then we will decide the author order. You say that, you say that, you say second. Okay. Second. Okay.
From both the methods, yes, you have already decided the authorship, you have devised the work, let's say experimenting, lab condition, and work. So, thing that you were explaining earlier, let's say author number 1 was supposed to do X amount of work, which was the biggest among all, and 70% of them doesn't work. So still, does he become the first?
Yeah, it's very good point. Okay, yes. So his point is, if people didn't understand, so let's say on day 1 I said, you will be first author, you will be second author, you will be third author. You will do these 5 studies, you will do these 3 studies, you will do these 2 studies. But now suddenly, the 4 studies we decided for you, 2 didn't work. But for him, he did now 3 studies. But we had decided he's the third author, you are the second author. So now should he stay the third author and you stay the second author? Or now we need to change the authorship?
Just be as a first author. Basically, first author are the ones supposed to create the idea.
Yes.
Generally, draft.
Yeah. So first author is fine. Mostly first author is easy to see who is the first author, who's running the show. We are talking about second, third, fourth author.
That is, if we decide earlier, but later on, such kind of situation happens, like the hybrid model we can adopt for
Yes.
both of them.
Yes.
This only concludes the second method, that once the work is done, then only we'll decide who gets to be first, second, or third. Because we don't know who will execute.
Yes.
Even if I want to, how much can I execute given my skill and understanding?
Okay. I mean, it's a very good topic, right? And I know these people who like the second method more, they have something to add also. I have something to add also. So I'll tell you, let's say we are making new antimicrobial coating for a urinary catheter. And you guys are all my lab people. Now, who's going to lead this project? Like, if I'm not even saying that you will be the first author, I'm saying, okay, let's make this new antimicrobial urinary catheter coating. Now, all 7 of you will start working on it. And I'm not saying this is a right method or wrong method. I know labs have both styles. So the benefit of this method will be there can be a healthy competition, but the negative is there can be an unhealthy competition. Now maybe all of you are trying to do the same thing and you have this race. Whoever will come to me first and say my catheter coating is ready, I am going to make that person first author, kind of. But now you all are putting your sources to do the same thing. Maybe you are failing to try a few things, but you don't want to share it with anybody in the lab because you want to be first. And if you tell, hey, this didn't work, that person's time will be saved, but you want to do it before her, so you want her to fail, so you can be the first author on the paper. See, I'm just talking human nature. This is wrong, unethical, but there is a race. The resources are getting wasted because you all are doing same thing, and in the end we are just going to get one paper. Teamwork won't be there because you might form mini teams now.
You can also create डालो शासन करो.
So now many teams will be formed, right? Maybe 2 or 3 of you will say, hey, you help me get this developed. I will help you in your next project to get that developed. And those 2 people will be like, oh, you do this. So now there is a divide in the lab, resources getting wasted, people are trying to hide information from each other. She's buying some chemical from literature that, oh, maybe this can be the chemical, but she's hiding it. You are buying that same chemical and you don't want to share or tell anybody that you bought that chemical. There can be all this happening.
Chances of plagiarism in between the lines. That could also be there.
Yeah.
Idea.
Right? But the positive can be, if people look at it in a positive way, there is like a healthy race that I want to get it done before you want to move fast with that project, right? But then everybody needs to be with that caliber and that attitude, which is, I feel, very difficult sometimes. I mean, if I'm hiring people in the lab, maybe I get 2 or 3 people like that thinker, but 2 or 3 people are not thinking in that way. Now what?
Anyway, it's more productive because the race is open-ended. Much as you get it done, it will get you late. But in the first way, if I wanted to decide that if he will be the first author, so now there's a thing called entitlement. मैं करूँ या मैं ना करूँ, I'm gonna be the first author because I was decided it to be. And that may itself sabotage the whole paper and the research idea.
So this is so cool because we see this all the time, right?
This is what's happening in India.
So now, lot of time entitlement is not for the first author. First author wants to push it and get it done. Entitlement happens for second and third author. Hey, I'm going to be second author on the paper, but now Neha is telling second author, third author that, guys, I'm going to graduate. Can you give me this data? And you have other things on your plate. Right? You have other things on your plate and this is not your priority right now. But we already said you will be the second author. Now, if we remove you from second author, there is like bad feeling in the lab now that, oh, Neha removed me from second author position and you don't want to do it with your colleagues in the lab. So now what do you do? But then there is this entitlement problem is there now. Right? So really, I don't know what's the right and wrong thing, but this is a very, very good problem to have very, very long discussions. One thing I feel can be done. What if we decide the first author? Okay, that Neha is making nitric oxide releasing urinary catheter. She's leading that project. But we don't decide second, third, fourth author. Right? Now, when she reaches a stage that she needs help with some studies, she'll go to you and say, hey, I have 1 month time. Can you do these studies for me? And you will say, I have too much on my plate. I cannot give you in 1 month. Then she'll come to Rashmi and say, I have this much work needs to be done in 1 month. Can you do it? She says, sure, I can do it. So at that point, we decide who is the second author. But first, we don't give title to people. You were second, you are third, you are fourth. And we are just doing it as the time comes. So we can pick the second, third, fourth author. And okay, this method. And now entitlement is not there because you were never promised a position. You either take this opportunity or somebody else will take it. And if you take it and you don't deliver, you are not doing it, we never promised you second author. We can move it to the next author and there is no hard feelings now, hopefully. Right? Yes.
This lab. There is this ritual or thing that even if they have not done the work, but during lab meetings, if have listened to what is
Give
going
some,
on,
yeah.
give some. Does that make them qualify for being an author?
See, strictly speaking, no. Right? I don't think so. But it's different lab cultures. I don't want to comment on people's lab culture, right? I cannot do that. For example, we have 40 people. How can we do it? Right? But you're right. You have a good point. I mean, if it's a small lab, maybe all the papers will actually bring everybody together. If it's 4 people lab and you all are contributing, there is no problem. But I know your question is, if people are just the culture is, hey, she's publishing, all 7 people are on the paper. You are publishing, all 7 people are on the
They
paper.
can do the work, but
Yeah.
during lab meetings, they give some insights. So does that qualify?
So I say it depends on what the insight is, right? Is it really game changer? Is it like really that material was never going to be formed and they helped you? Now intellectual contribution is going up. So the real word is intellectual contribution. See, if you show something and say, hey, do contact angle, that's not intellectual contribution, right? But if I tell you, oh, you're not immobilizing this material, maybe try this science, after the meeting, let's work together. I'll show you a reaction, how you can immobilize this on the surface. Now I really helped you to prepare that surface. You were failing. My idea helped you to synthesize that material, fabricate that material. So you are helping intellectually a lot. Without my help, you were not even going to make it. So now intellectually, I'm helping you a lot. Yes.
I have taken help from her and didn't get.
It happens a lot.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of drama I have seen. Okay, another drama I have seen is co-author, co-first author. People decide, let's say you both come to me and say, we are planning to do this work and we both will be co-first authors. You both are very happy, you're best friends. Now the work starts and one of you is working a lot and the other person is, now what do you do? In the lab, the culture will be really bad if we just remove her. You complain to me, we are co-first author, she's not doing anything. Now your relationships will be bad. But if you don't do that, you keep getting upset every day. Why am I am a co-first author. What's happening? Why she's not helping me and I'm doing all the work? That happens. Your question, I know stories from people, they helped a lot on the paper. They actually did studies. They did a lot of studies on the paper, but they are not on the paper. They actually have data. Figure number 2, figure number 4 is their figure, and they are not on the paper. So I see a lot of things. People asking their friends, hey, do this study, I'll put you on the paper. Little stuff like, okay, you just do this and I'll put you. When it's a more technician job. That happens. So it's just we are human beings. We have different way of thinking, different criteria. I'm not saying who's right, who's wrong, but all this is happening. Some things are fair, some things are not fair, but
Sometimes that name nahi bolungi, but professor said to first author you will decide how authors.
yes, see, that can happen, that you tell the first author decide the author order and decide the authors. Now that's I think a dangerous way to do it. So usually I say one good way can be, you sit with the first author and say, okay, who all helped you? Okay, she says you say you should be the second author and he should be the third author. Then I ask, what did she do? What did he do? What did she do? And then I'll be like, you are saying she should be second author, but don't you think he did more work than her? So that can be one way. Because you both like each other, you are not as good close friends with this, all this human nature, friendships, conflicts, all get mixed up.
I have the context. You have three co-host authors. You have second author. Now the revision comes. You already have three authors, three co-authors. What is the need of a second author then?
Yes, so this is another very good question. I don't know the answer. Sometimes what happens, let's say Neha is graduating soon, right? She submits a paper in a journal. She's a first author. Now the revisions come back with lot of revisions. I hope not, but lot of revisions. Now what do we do? Like, she's not here, she cannot do the study. Now I am telling you that, okay, we have to address the reviewers' questions. Now you do a lot of work. If I put you as a co-first author, Neha is going to get upset. It was my idea, I did all the work. What do you mean? Why she's in the co-first author?
My question was.
I know. I was.
When it was already decided.
I know. I gave me this thought, so that's why I started talking about that. But now, and you are saying, why should I do all this work? That's almost equivalent to a first author work when I'm going to be third author on the paper. So that's and I am not saying how to solve it. I don't know how to solve it. These are just the ethics, conflicts. But your question, you already have three co-first authors. That's another version of your question is you have three co-first authors. Reviewers' questions come, not the three co-first. You do a lot of work now to address reviewers' comments. Now you should be moved to first co-first author, right? But now co-first number 1 and co-first number 2 will be very upset. Where did she come from? She was the third co-first author. Why did she become first co-first author? So you see, sometimes PI's life is very difficult. If I try to be fair to you, she thinks I am the most unfair person. If I try to be fair to her, you think I am doing so much work. Where is fairness for me? Lot of times, we don't even get a clear picture. Everybody has their own version. So I honestly don't even know, is this person right or is this person right? This person is coming to me crying, oh, this happened. This person is coming to me crying. And now what do I do? I don't, I don't know.
You also facing
Oh, wherever US, India, Europe, Australia, I'm 100% sure people are same everywhere, right? Human nature is human nature, right? I always think my work is, I did more work than she did. She thinks, but my work is more important than what he did. So people are same, students are same, thinking is same. Whatever you guys face here, everybody is facing similar things, right? And I can see, but I also say some of my students are super honest. There have been some students who come to me and tell me, I should not be on this paper. There are students like that level also. So I should give them a lot of credit also. They'll come and say, I don't think so, I contributed so much. I just helped a little bit here, there. I don't think so, I deserve authorship. But then my respect for those people go like here. And in future, if I go to them and ask any questions, I can trust what they are saying. There are students who will tell me, no, I should not be second author. I think I should be fourth author. Somebody else did more work than me. So there are people like that who cry, 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 and they want. But then there are people with such moral ethics who really say, no, I should not be on it. But then, in long run, those are the people I want to stay in touch with. Those are the students I really will always cherish and respect, because I know as a student, losing a paper means a lot, as even a fourth author. But they were so brave and so honest that they told me the reality and said, no, 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 I was going to put them on a paper, and they said, no, I should not be on this paper. So even if they lost that paper, they gained so much respect in my eyes that I'll try to go out of the way to help them in future for jobs or for whatever way I can help them. So there are people with that high moral standards also. Discuss expectations, accept requests to be on refer to professional societies code, check journal requirements. Publications, so you already know when publications, you can either get rejected, accepted, major revision, minor revision, you know all that, right? We don't need to at least talk about that. Always cite important papers in your paper, you only submit to one journal at a time. I mean, I don't even know why we wrote journally. You always submit to one journal. You should not submit to multiple journals. That's wrong, unethical.
One more query. So there was this one player who sent me 12 of his papers to be cited in my paper. So what should I do in that case? This paper is still in revision and I have to submit.
Okay, so very good question. You can do multiple things. One, if you feel that the person is very genuine and that work should be cited, then there's no harm citing it. But if you feel, out of these 12, only 4 are relevant, then you can just cite those 4 and then submit it and say nicely that, thank you so much for your suggestion. I think for this particular work, these 4 are the relevant publications that we are citing. The next option is you email the editor separately and say, just ask that question that you are asking me, that, sir, out of these 12 papers, only these 2 or 3 or 4 are relevant. Because reviewers can reject your paper, right? You don't want it to be rejected also. So you can just ask the editor, I am doing this. I just wanted you to know. So now if that reviewer rejects your paper, at least that editor knows the real story behind it. And if there is good justification to reject it, editor will say, no, 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 I support the reviewer. Or the editor might send your paper to a different reviewer. See, editors are also very ethical and honest. They have to be, because it's the journal's reputation at stake. So they know all these things, whatever we are talking, they know at a much better level. So they might not send your paper back to that person. Or the editor might reply to you and say, don't even worry about those 4 if you feel pressured. I can send your paper to a different reviewer now. So there are options, So even if they are good friends, I think the editors are so morally or ethically strong, or they have to be, they won't bring their friendship. It's just a publication, right? Do you think they will put at stake their editorship for a paper, right? They are not going to go to that friend and say, oh, this is happening with that paper that you were reviewing. It's such a trivial thing in a big scheme of things that that editor can keep quiet, and I'm sure most editors are honest like that. And they'll just send that paper to a different reviewer instead of complaining to the reviewer, hey, this person is complaining against you like that. I'm sure editor won't do that. Editors won't do that. It's not worth putting their reputation at risk with this type of trivial stuff, right? Another important thing, you should always send the paper to everybody before you publish it, whoever is a co-author on that paper. Okay, I cannot put you in the paper. Only send it to you three. Don't send it to you and submit the paper. I mean, you may or may not put any edits, but it's my job to say, hey guys, hey all the co-authors, here is the paper. Please let me know your edits by next week. I'm going to submit it to this journal. There is an author order there, and the whole manuscript is there. And now you may say, oh, I have no comments, looks great. But I have to send it to all the co-authors before I submit it. Okay. Okay, let's stop here for a break, and then we can do the last session. Okay. Okay, guys. This is last. So we have to finish a lot of things. Okay, so let's do it fast. We'll see whatever duration it takes to finish. 2 hours. Okay. Okay. So this is, I don't worry about reading this. So the story is, a junior faculty in the department discusses with the senior faculty about some issues they are having in the corridor. That, oh, with our work, this is happening. So the senior faculty gives some suggestions that, oh, why don't you try this? Why don't you try that? And then when this junior faculty was going up for promotion, in that dossier, the senior faculty sees that actually this person published a paper and the senior faculty is one of the authors on the paper. So now what should this senior faculty do? The senior faculty didn't know about this paper that this junior faculty published with the senior faculty as a paper, as an author. Okay, so the question is, some of the discussion topics are, do you think the senior faculty qualifies for co-authorship? Or in this case, is it a gift or courtesy authorship? Would you feel comfortable being listed as a co-author in Dev's position, like a senior author's position? What do you suppose the professional ethical standards regarding this, who qualifies as an author? Are there any other ways to acknowledge people who have helped without naming them as co-authors? Has the junior faculty done something unethical? Do you think it was an intentionally done out of generosity and naivety? Like, was it intentional, or was it just naive and they didn't know that they are doing something unethical? What might be his possible motives for doing this? What do you think?
For getting input for your discussing your work,
Okay.
taking so many ideas. Maybe they get intellectually.
Okay. What else? So, do you think it's this person knows, the junior faculty, that when they'll go up for promotion, this senior faculty will be sitting in the committee and it's like a indirect bribing, gaining favor of that faculty? That angle is there. What you are saying is also right. Maybe the senior faculty really gave very good advice that the junior faculty found useful. But what is the biggest mistake junior faculty did here?
Without asking the
So the best thing they could have done was they could have sent the manuscript to the senior faculty and said, hey, I'm submitting this paper. Your discussion with you was very helpful for me to get this work done. I think I would love to list you as a co-author on the paper. Please let me know your suggestions or edits on the final manuscript. Now at least they gave that senior person a chance to say, I don't think so, I should be an author, or thank you, here are my edits. So I think that's the bigger mistake they did, that they didn't inform the senior faculty. See, but it can be seen otherwise also, right? If they discuss something, this senior faculty really gave some good ideas, and now he published the paper without including the senior faculty. Now, senior faculty might have got upset that, hey, you published the paper with the idea I gave you, and you didn't even list me as an author on the paper. It can be seen otherwise also. So I feel the best thing could have been, they could have said, hey, I think what we discussed that day really helped me in my work. I think you should be an author on the paper. Please look at the manuscript and let me know.
the second question, will you be comfortable being listed? If I answer yes, then I am being unethical or what? Like as a senior.
So again, intellectual contribution, right? That junior faculty asked you something, maybe it was simple question and you answered, then maybe not. But if you really help that junior faculty with some question, then maybe they couldn't have done it without your feedback, without the senior faculty's feedback. So again, these are the questions which are a lot of times not right or wrong. It's just based on the situation, right? So, okay, let's move forward. Collaboration. See, collaborative work gets even more complicated. See, one lab people are fighting for authorships and all that. Now multiple labs are involved. So if Professor Hasija and I am collaborating, my people are doing some work, her people are doing some work. Now who is the first author? See, maybe my people are thinking, oh, I'm doing most of the work. Here Rashmi is fighting, no, I did most of the work. So now who did most of the work? Or our angles are different, right? We are doing benchtop stuff, wet lab. They are doing computational. They are saying without us this paper was not possible. We are saying without us this paper was not possible. So now who is the author or first author or whatever? So, and I don't know the answer, honestly. It depends on science and all that you can talk. Sometimes it's easy, but sometimes it's complicated.
So what are your comments on like one is published in science, long list of
I really don't know. You know, okay, it depends. I mean, it's a lot, but honestly, I have never published in science, so what do I know? Also, how much people are talking, like how big the project was, how people intellectually contributed. Only corresponding author and first author can comment on that. You know, it's difficult. But collaborative research, I have worked with a lot of different people. I have found really helpful and supportive collaborators. Some collaborators are very aggressive. So you are at this level, some are way too aggressive. Some are way too slow. So things don't work well then. You want to get things done, but for them, your work is the 10th on their priority list. Sometimes you are working at this speed, but a very aggressive author is saying, collaborator is saying, why didn't you get it done? It should have been done yesterday. Now that's an issue. So finding collaborators who think like you, work like you, easy to work with, it's another important thing in our field to find that right collaborators. And a lot of time you can only do that after working with people and you realize, oh, I would love to work with these people again, or these people it was more challenging to work with. So, sorry.
Like Chivas, like, which are done very globally and on different populations.
Yeah.
There's people on that. So
I really don't know. See, that's why a lot of time NIH wants you to write more multidisciplinary proposals with multiple investigators, but they want to see prior publication record because sometimes these collaborations don't work. Like you got big grant, but now you are not getting along with your collaborator, and that's bad for science. You know, sometimes collaborators are fighting, I should be the senior author. Somebody saying I should be the senior author. So it's not even the fight at a student level. Now the fight is happening at the PI level. So, you know, so just like students, PIs are also human beings. So, and if the paper is going to be a nature paper, science paper, oh, it was my idea, but it was not possible without my input. All that happen. I don't know. Some fail, some don't. There is conflicts and difficult, right? See, that's why a lot of time in PhD, there are not lot of, always there is a PhD committee for multiple reasons. One, they want to have a committee of researchers who can check if your work was at certain level and you deserve a PhD, right? Because if your PI says, oh, yes, you can get a PhD, but there should be a check of other people to say, no, this work is not good enough, or yes, this work is great to get a PhD, right? Second is, this committee can also help if your relationship with your PI is really bad. I mean, if your PI is asking you to do things that are not ethical, or try to get this data, or don't put this data, or if you're not getting along with your PI, these committees can mediate some of the issues also. So that's another goal of the committee. And of course, committee members can help in your research. You will go to them, oh, you are an expert in this area, help me with this. So, lot of the collaboration, whatever we talked at a lab level, collaboration level, it's like even more easy or difficult actually, because sometimes when you are in the lab, it's easy to fight with the people you know. When you are in one lab in India and there is another lab in US, maybe it's a good thing. There is no clash. You are neutral towards that person. In the lab, you are more competitive with your lab mate. So in that angle, it can be good also. So just some things for you to think about. There is no right or wrong answers, you know. Collaborative research, share your findings with colleagues, pay attention to what others are doing, report and discuss. So another thing about collaboration is have periodic meetings with your collaborators, right? We say that we will meet monthly on Zoom with each other, so that there is a good exchange of ideas. What worked, what didn't work, what if you were making some material, I was testing them, I'm telling you, hey, this was the challenge, the material was dissolving, it should not be dissolving. So you need to have those constant discussions with each other. And try to be as transparent with your collaborators. What is happening? What is changing? People who are working on the project, hey, the graduate student is going to graduate next month. We are putting this new graduate student on the project. All that needs to be discussed with the collaborator. Yes.
A collaboration, one team does something wrong, and after some time they tell me वो खुद से ही उसको सही भी कर देते हैं sometime. So do they have to tell their collaborator also कि I have done this wrong, but फिर हमने कुछ change.
Okay, so the question is, if one collaborator made a mistake and now they rectified it and fixed the mistake, should they inform their collaborator about it? See, it will depend on the mistake, right? If we were making some surface, it was not releasing nitric oxide, we fixed it. I mean, if that was my portion of the study, I was working on it, I fixed it, that's fine. But if a mistake is a different type of mistake, that hey, the material I sent you last time, I found out that my student had put it in, left it on the bench instead of putting it in the freezer. So I think all the data you got last time, we cannot use it because we sent you a wrong sample. Then that type of mistake should be told, because otherwise that data your collaborator won't know is bad data. So now that's your responsibility to tell your collaborator that. Okay. What was this? Share findings, make collaborations aware of important changes. Yeah. A conflict of interest, having a job, having a startup company, conflict of interest, right? Or somebody from your family is working as a colleague, or as a colleague, maybe less of a conflict, but as your subordinate or your boss. You just have to clearly tell that to the authorities that this person is my sister or my brother, and that's it. And now they will at least see that you are not giving them annual evaluation, right? You are not their supervisor. Yeah, this is like having a startup company. Not using university's resources for your own benefit. Disclose it to the university. Okay, here is another example. ABC was a chemist at FDA. As an FDA employee, he had access to databases with confidential information submitted by companies requiring, requesting FDA for drug approval. Now, this person found out that certain drug was getting approved, and they told their mom in China that why don't you buy stocks for this company? Because they knew inside information that the drug is going to get approved. So the mom bought it. So do you think this person did something wrong or not? Wrong. So they use their position to personally gain, and that's a very what you call insider trading, confidential information they used to benefit. So they got in trouble, they got fired, they had a big fine, and they were imprisoned. Okay. Mentoring relationship and responsibilities. Responsibilities of mentors: provide education and guidance, appropriate delegation, regular review, fair attribution, create opportunities for employment and funding. Responsibilities of mentees: respect mentor, loyalty for the group, strong commitment to science, careful performing experiments, accurately reporting, publishing. I mean, most of these things are very common sense, but You still need to do these things. Okay. Now, the next slide is we'll go very fast so we can be done. Okay. I will tell you everything and I might not go through the slides like they are, but I'll just tell you. So this is more FDA, patents, and that type of commercialization type of talk. So let's see. I'm just going to go a little fast so I can talk about. So the challenge with the translational research is a lot of the work is not reproducible. You know, inconsistent basic science, lack of, so a lot of time professors are doing great work. Some of them don't know they should file for patents. Now you publish the work, now it's out in the public. Great idea, but it was not patented, so nobody wants to touch it now because nothing is protecting them. Second, even if you file for a patent, now they don't have a startup company. How does that work get licensed to the companies? Like, do companies they are coming to your university to look at all the patents, all the lists? Is your university providing those lists? Then some universities have very stringent licensing requirements, and companies don't want to go to that level. That, oh, you need to give us this much percentage in your profit share, and the company does not want to do it. So the deal can fall apart. So many challenges to move these things forward, right? Sometimes I have heard, I don't know how true it is or not, companies can shelf the technology. So if, let's say, my company is making some hair growth product, and I found out there is a patent, and that can be problematic for me, and it can be a very big competitor for me. What if my company buys that patent but never does anything with it? I don't want to develop a new technology because my technology is making me enough profit, but I don't want anybody else to use that technology, so now I have a competition. I have heard this. I don't know it actually actively happens or not, but this is what I have heard. Maybe nobody will accept it, nobody will tell it. Okay, yeah. So, another problem, funding. So, look at this. So, let me talk to you about my own situation, my experience. We have a great idea. We file for a patent. We have a startup company. We file for NIH small business grants. You get some money. You move your research forward. But then you need more money because the companies want to see more substantial data before they want to buy your technology or buy your company. And that's called valley of death. So a lot of companies, initially they can get some money, they can get some NIH, SBIR, STTR type of grants like here. Okay. But then you suddenly need extra cash. And getting that cash becomes very tricky. You can come to angel investors who are or venture capital who are putting money in your company, but now you are diluting your company. Earlier I was 100% owner of the company, and now you are coming and telling me, hey, I'll put $10 million in your company, but I need 40% of your company. That can be a challenge. Another challenge is a lot of time faculty who start companies, it's like your baby. It's your idea, your baby. You want to run it. You don't want anybody else to come and work on it. And I think that can be bad. Because, so in my next few slides, I'll show you my CEO of my company also. I am a scientist. I'm a researcher. I'm learning all these things, but I'm not a regulatory FDA knowledge person, a businessman. So I can try things, I might even succeed one day, but if it takes me 10 years to succeed, a proper CEO, a proper person with a business and FDA background can make you succeed in 3 years. So letting go your baby is, I think, another tricky problem we have, that people don't want to do that. Okay. Then we can go through this fast, some FDA background. The thing is, some other, some case that can happen if some medical device fails, we talked about this biomaterial crisis where a company, when they are buying a polymer from a company, they are holding responsible. But let's talk this. So class 1, class 2 and class 3 medical devices. So depending on the risk of the medical device, they can be listed as class 1, class 2, class 3. Class 1 is the easy one, less risky one, like Band-Aid or toothbrush. Those type of things are class 1. You don't need FDA approval, but you must register your device with FDA, so that if there is any recall or something goes wrong, FDA can quickly send the information for recalling that device. Second is moderate risk device, that is like blood pumps, catheters. They are risky, but probably they are not like going to, a patient might not die because of that. It's not that risky if it fails. For those type of devices, you need clearance from FDA. Okay, FDA clearance. And 510K form, I think, is 510K documentation is needed to get that class 2 device clearance. So you need to show safety of the device, it works, it's equivalent to a device that's already in market. So you need to show that safety and effectiveness of the device. But even more complicated device like orthopedic implants, heart valves, they need FDA approval and clinical trials, which is even more complicated process because you need to get the approval. So you can do a small clinical trial with some patients first, and then you do a bigger clinical trial with more patients, and then the device gets approved, and then every 2-3 years it gets a review of the device, that how is it performing, are there any adverse events. So it's just much more complicated. Pre-market approval is required, PMA, for class 3, but in simple language, class 1 is easy, class 2 is middle, and class 3 is even more complicated, right? No FDA approval required, 510K required, class 3 pre-market approval required. So class 3 is also medical device with drug or combination products are also class 3. Now, you can look at it more in detail, but it's basically telling you low risk, class 1, yes, okay. Class 2, medium risk, yes, so you have this 510K. But then main thing here is it depends on the complexity. But one thing is called de novo. De novo means there is no device in market similar to your device. Now you might have to show some clinical trials. Because there is nothing in the market that's similar to what you are doing. Now it's considered, okay, it's medium risk, but it's de novo. It's not class 3, but it's not class 2 also. So now that's another thing. Okay. We already see been in market, substantially equivalent to legally. Okay, 510K path is used if the device is class 2. Okay, catheter. When you have alter a class 3 device, which is already in market, and you're just doing little bit alteration, then 510K also be approved. This is like for class 2, I think it's maybe a form or something. I have not done it. We need to do it. That's why I have a CEO who understands these things. I think this is a path for class 2 device approvals. And maybe it's the set of forms and set of experiments you need to show the pathway to class 2 device clearance. So if you are making a device that is class 3 already in market, you are a little bit modifying it. So it was already a big clinical trial was done for class 3. You are just modifying it. You might be able to go with 510K, which is a more simpler process than class 3 process. You have to do biocompatibility testing, sterilization, show that the device is going to be safe and effective. That's what you need to show there. PMN is here, it came here, pre-market notification. So for class 2 devices, it's more you have to notify FDA. You need to get this 510K work done. You need to show that it's a safe device. And then you just need to notify FDA that I'm going to bring this device to market. But for class 3, you need a pre-market approval. And for that, you need to show some clinical trials, maybe small clinical trial, or get approval from FDA to even do small size clinical trial, where you're taking some patient population and testing it. Then if it worked well, you can increase the size of your clinical trial to, let's say, 100 people. That's phase 2, I think, of clinical trial. And then you go even bigger in size for the clinical trial. You can see here again, it's like showing what is required, what is not required for implant type of device, cytotoxicity is required, irritation test is required. It's just showing that type of table. Biocompatibility testing, does this device contact the body? If yes, is material same in marketed device? Yes. Same manufacturing process? Then do this. No, then do this. So it's just like a table that helps to decide what all tests need to be done. PMA class 3 devices, application in body, much more higher risk of somebody getting badly injured or dying. All the compatibility tests are needed. Clinical trials are needed, just more complicated. 510K versus PMA, class 2 devices versus class 3 devices. Class 3 devices that are already there, but you are just giving it a little change, that can go here. Requires demonstration of effectiveness and biocompatibility. It requires that and clinical trials. It's called clearance, and that is called approved. Liability protection is getting approved in that. This does not require post-market surveillance. That one requires post-market surveillance. Faster, simpler, no panel review, no oversight. That's much more complicated. But FDA decides based on your situation, do you qualify for 510K or PMA or de novo? They help you decide where you qualify. So just same preclinical test, IRB approval for human testing, FDA approval, first in human trials. 4 phases of clinical research. Phase 1, small clinical trial, 20 to 100 patients, looking at the side effects and doses and safety and potential of any side effects. Clinicians are not trying to determine if treatment is effective at this point. So they are not checking if it's going to be effective or not. They are just making sure it's safe. Phase 2, 100 or little more than 100 people for testing. Now benefit of the product is also considered little bit. Phase 3, now effectiveness and larger group is needed before it can start being sold to market. And then phase 4, you are looking at long-term effects and just it's in market now. Is it effective or not? That all is getting evaluated. For FDA, medical device advisory committees are there. These committees can have people with FDA, I think not from FDA, but different type of, because they give suggestion to FDA what to do. So they can have clinicians and orthopedicians, engineers, different type of people can be in that committee. And they give recommendation to FDA about that device. And then FDA can accept or reject it. But mostly if the committee is saying accept it, FDA mostly don't go against the committee. They include restriction of sales, a device tracking. So FDA can do a lot of these things, right? Post approval, maybe they include restriction of sales. Maybe they'll say additional studies are required. We are approving it on this condition that you are going to test these things also. So the point is not easy to get FDA approval. It's a long process and it can be challenging money wise. All the tests getting done, all that can be very time consuming. There are more than 6. Okay. So, okay. I'm going fast. Don't worry, guys. We'll be done. Medical device list. Okay. Technology transfer. Let's talk technology transfer. Okay. Almost done. Almost done. So, technology transfer is, as an inventor, we report our inventions. So for filing, have any of you been involved with patents or filed for patents or? Okay, so patents and publications are very different. Okay, so if you do something very novel, we have a technology transfer office or innovation gateway. We send them our findings and ask them, hey, is it something novel and can be filed? Sometimes it's not, and sometimes it seems very novel because on literature I'm not finding much about this. So then they do their work and check what is out there in market, and then they will say yes, we can file it. So they help us write the claims of a patent. Inventors on the patent are not necessarily all the co-authors. So if you designed a new device, you did bacteria study, you did tensile testing and cytotoxicity, you did animal study, you guys are not going to be inventors. Testing the standard tests or procedures does not qualify you for a inventor, right? You are just You are just doing a bacteria study. You are just doing obvious. But you are not doing the intellectually designing that material. Okay. So another thing that happened was, I'm moving fast so that everybody can be calm and think that it's coming to an end. So another thing that happened is, it used to be first to invent. I think the rule was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Meaning, if let's say you filed for something and you filed for something for patent, we will go and check, FDA can check your notebooks and see who discovered this or invented this first. You did it in September, she did it in August, she'll get it. But they changed it to first inventor to file. Now, it doesn't matter you did it in August, she did it in October. If she filed before you, she gets it. Instead of me going and tracking down who did it first, whoever files first gets it. I mean, what is the chances you are doing both same work and filing on March 7th, 2025?
No, sir. Like that, if they find same time, they will check.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Yeah.
तो आप पहले कह रहे थे कि सेम टाइम पे फाइल किया तो वो चेक करेंगे नोटबुक.
No. So earlier it was, let's say you filed today. She filed 6 months later. Same technology. Now you filed before her, but I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to go and check, and who invented this first in their notebook gets it. But now it's you filed first, you get it. Even though she started doing it before you, whoever filed first gets it. Okay. Another thing is, if you show your data in public, in a conference, even in your university publicly, you cannot file for patents now or patent disclosures. But, and if you publish a manuscript or you showed your data and your technology, you cannot file. But US has a 1-year grace period rule. You can just file in US within a year of publicly disclosing that information. Okay, but you cannot file in Europe or India or Australia. I don't know what's India's rule, but you cannot file worldwide if you did that. Yeah, so US allows for 1-year grace period. We have lost 1 or 2 patents like that. Students presented it in a conference and then we couldn't file it. Okay, protection is for 20 years. So once you get a patent, you have 20 years. What else? Okay. It can take 4 to 5 years to get a patent. It's a very long process. So I have some patents that I applied in 2018. I'm still waiting for them. Okay. So it can be a long process to get it. But if in your PhD you file a patent, that's good, because people who are looking at your CV, they'll know that it's a very long process and you are not going to just get it. It will come after your PhD is done. Okay. Oh, and it can cost like $10,000 to file a patent. And then there is issue fee, there is maintenance fee. If there are questions, you might have lawyer fees to answer those questions. So patents can become very, very, very expensive, you know. And then there is a maintenance fee. So after you get the patent, you have to keep paying to maintain the patent also. I don't know how much that is, but yes.
Your way, all of these are or
That was my next topic. So all these patents are owned by the university. You are an inventor, you 3-4 people are inventor on it, but the owner is the university. Also, there is this type of math, it changes university to university, that part of the, so let's say some big company buys or licenses your patent. First, this much money goes to inventors. Half of the money goes to, so mostly what happens is, approximately, there can be different math, but what happens is almost half of the money goes to the university, part of the money goes to your college, part of the money goes to your department, part of the money goes to the inventor, the PI's lab, let's say 5% or whatever, and almost 40 to 50% of the money gets divided in the inventors. Okay, so if we 4 or 5 are inventors, that 40-50% will get divided amongst us, but even then different inventors don't get equal amount. So when we were filing the patent, if she did most of the work, she might be 30% on the patent, you might be 10% on the patent. So that money that comes, it gets divided in that ratio, 30%, 10%, 5%. But you can, if your work was really amazing, you can make a lot of money also. So I know a friend, she has got 3-4 checks of $7,000 in last 1 year. Because her technology was licensed, it's being commercialized. Now, whatever the rule is, whatever university made the deal, whatever licensing fee they are paying or getting, her portion of the funds are $5, $10, $20,000 per year. It depends on the sale of the product, because what if the deal is 5% of the sale goes to the university? And now that university takes their cut, department takes their cut, college takes their cut, inventors get their cut. So your patent is for 20 years. No, but it depends. What if that company stops licensing? Or their sales go up or their sales go down, all that can happen. Oh, university. Yeah. So university is the owner of it. Even if you leave the university, my friend, she has left the university, but she's still an inventor on that work. So she's still getting the money. I found out, I don't know if it's for every company, maybe it's for every company. The company, when you file for patents, you don't get all this inventorship. For your CV, you don't get funds if the company is product getting that $5,000 $2,000 from it. Okay. Okay. Now, really last portion of the talk. Any question from patents and everything? Okay. I mean, there is so much to even learn in all this, you know. Okay, now really last part. And it's an interesting part. You guys will benefit it. Industry or academia or MS or PhD. So I'm going to maybe generalize it, give just some tips and what helped me, and hopefully it will help you guys. Okay. PhD versus masters. You know, uh, let's just say, let's just put everything together. So you have to be ambitious to do a PhD. It's a long journey. I hope the people who have finished, you have finished your PhD? Not yet? Okay. It's rewarding one. I'm going to talk more from US. I don't know how the situation is in India. So my first example is growth. So I have seen when I finished my PhD, I went to the company I joined, people who had more experience than me, much more experience, they were making similar or less money than I was making salary wise. Okay. When they were important grant related meetings, I was attending the meeting that they were not. And clearly they knew more than me. I mean, they are doing it for a long time. And again, I'm not saying this is true every time. Maybe companies are different, maybe situations are different. So I cannot comment on that. But I'm just talking more general. Okay. Your growth prospects are more. See, again, India, I don't know. If you work for a company in science side, you are masters or undergrad with 5, 10, 20 years of experience, this new PhD comes and becomes your boss. You're frustrated, but it's too late for you to get a PhD. And now you know more than that person, but that person has a PhD degree. Again, it's not always true, but I'm just generalizing. Maybe there are situations when without a PhD you can still grow. And there definitely is. Another is, I recommend, if you are smart, intelligent, hardworking, finances are not that big of a problem, because finances is a big role also, then do think of PhD or MBA, something more than undergrad or masters. You know, in future, the growth will be better for you, growth prospects. Okay. But whatever it is, you have to focus for PhD. You know, you need to focus. So, time you feel it's a long time, but it's not. The time will go by so fast, and if you are not very focused, you might feel short of time towards the end. So you have to start being productive day one. Sometimes I feel if somebody comes with some industry background, it might be better that Shubham, I think it's good he worked in industry, because when you come from a student, undergrad to PhD, your mindset is student mindset. But if you have worked in industry, you have to be productive every day. You are scared of getting fired or being productive to grow. And that mindset helps you to do a better PhD maybe. You feel every day needs to count. And I think that's what you guys need to think. Every day should count.
I have seen the change in the attitude in everything
Yeah.
towards solving a problem.
Yes. And maybe more maturity, more professionalism, and they are treating it more as a job than I'm a student.
So if they have done it for a year and so,
Yeah.
then there is
Yes.
there are also some big money.
Yes. Because see, it is a job. If you think in US, I don't know here, a graduate student makes around $30,000 per year. And their tuition fee that faculty is paying is around 20,000 and benefits. So a graduate student is approximately $50,000. Okay. So you are only seeing 30,000 in your hand, but somebody is paying 50,000 for you to get your PhD, it is more like a job, and it's not that you are a student and you think like a student about courses. You have to think bigger than that. That mindset needs to change. I feel if you have done your undergrad, you are smart, intelligent, hardworking, think about MBA or PhD rather than just masters. Unless you did your undergrad from not a very good university, now you want a better exposure in a better university with a better ranking. Now that's a different situation, you go do masters. Or you are getting integrated undergrad and masters, so by spending one extra year you are getting a master's degree, then maybe that's okay. And again, these are just my personal, I'm not saying you have to agree, but these are just what my thoughts are a little bit. Okay. So I wrote graduate school, but forget it. It's just not graduate school. It's probably applicable to everything. For your postdoc also, for your undergrad also, for your graduate school also. The goal of any education is gaining independence. Okay? But you need to be a good team player also. Whenever somebody is hiring you, they want to see your leadership skills, they want to see your independence, but they also want to see that you are a good team player. There'll be times when you are leading effort, there'll be times when you are just helping as a team player. Some people are great leaders, but they can never listen and be a good team player. Some are just followers, they can never lead. So you need to try to develop both these skills, whichever stage of your career you are. If you didn't do it during your PhD, that's fine. Learn it in your first job or something. But these are good things to have. Clear goals with deadlines. Especially for PhD, it's 5 years, I'll do it. But you need to monitor your progress because nobody else is monitoring. Only you can be truthful to yourself. You can tell your mentor and colleagues, oh, I'm trying, this is not working. Who are you fooling? In the end, you might still get your PhD, but let's say you are getting your PhD at this level, but if you would have worked hard, you could have got it at this level. So this is your chance, your exposure to just get most out of it. Don't waste your time. Try to read a lot of articles. That's the best way to get ideas. I mean, we are not so brilliant that I can just be sitting and ideas are coming. Read papers, more papers, and then ideas will start coming. Network, get to know people in your field. Again, it helps a lot. My first job after my PhD, I applied to so many positions and nothing was happening. But then I had a really good friend, Laura, who was, when I was doing my PhD, she was like in her 40s or 50s, and she came to my lab to get some work, to do some directed study under my mentor. So I got to know her, but then she left, we lost touch. One day I was deleting my old emails, I saw her name. I emailed her, Laura, how are you doing? She said, oh, Hitesh, let's meet for coffee. I met her on Wednesday. I said, oh, I'm trying for a job. I'm not finding anything. I just finishing my PhD in a month. She said, oh, why don't you send me your CV? I sent my CV to her on Wednesday. I got an interview on Friday and they offered me a job on Monday. So by Tuesday, I'm crying that, oh my God, I'm going to graduate. What will happen to me? And on next Monday, I had a job from nowhere. So it's networking, team player, learn to be detailed oriented. You have to learn to be not sloppy at things, just try to be as detailed oriented as possible. Learn to delegate. Lot of times, see, you have certain number of hours in a day. How much can you do? But if you learn how to delegate, that's what, see, now Professor Hasija, she's delegating. If she wants to do everything, it's not possible. But she's saying, okay, you do this, you do this, you do that, and you're managing that delegation properly. If you will try to do everything, you will never become a manager. And some people have really good people, good scientists, sometimes that's the weakness. They don't know how to delegate. They don't want to trust anybody what they are doing. They want to do everything yourself. I agree. You can probably do the job best way, but you can only do 2 things then. But if you delegate, you might get 10 things done. Now, you don't need to compromise on quality a lot, but you have to learn how to delegate also. If you want to be a leader one day, don't be afraid to make mistakes. This is the time to make mistakes. When somebody will hire you as a professional, now you're not allowed to make mistakes. That can lead to getting fired, and people are putting high hopes in you. So you need to learn how to delegate properly, how to be brave enough to make mistakes. You know, don't get your lab on fire, but if the mistakes are, oh, if I fail, what will happen? That's okay. Try. If you won't try, you are never going to find out, right? A simple example is if I put a dartboard here and I tell you, hey, you have 1 minute to throw a dart, to throw some darts in bullseye. Now, one person is going to come and just like wait for 30-40 seconds to like really aim it, try it. Oh my God, what if I miss it? What will happen? Other person comes without being crazy, still aiming, but throw 10 darts. There is a chance 1 or 2 will hit. But if you are just waiting for 1 dart and be like, oh, I cannot be wrong, I cannot make a mistake, you just throw 1 dart and okay, maybe it will work, maybe it won't work. Collaborate. I understand you guys have to publish 2 papers with only you and your mentor, but aim for 4 papers in your PhD. 2 are those type of papers, but 2 can be collaborative papers. You know, aim higher, and then persistence. PhD, you need a lot of persistence. There will be days when you'll feel, why did I do it? Why did I start it? It's miserable. Experiments are not working. I'm trying my best. Everybody faces that. You will face that too. Only way to success is keep trying. Change. Don't just keep making same mistakes, but you have to keep trying harder. Okay. Next, industry. So this applies to any job that you are going for. Networking is important. Flawless CV. Lot of time, hiring managers are not looking at your CV. Maybe they are telling their secretary that give me best 10 CVs. Okay. Maybe the secretaries are looking at science less, and maybe they are looking at even how well it's structured, how many mistakes there are. And if honestly, I see that too. Sometimes if there are too many mistakes in a CV, it's a competitive times. People have a lot of options who they want to hire. If you have so many mistakes in your CV, that tells me you are sloppy, you are not detailed oriented. I can find somebody else who is better and more detailed oriented. Read about industry and read about the job before you go for interview. Okay, because that shows that you are interested in them. You know, you are very serious about that job. Right fit. Lot of time, if you feel, hey, I am not a right fit for this job. Similarly, hiring authority is also not finding the right fit. So you need to try a little bit, even if you are not the best fit. But you need to show examples that how you are a fast learner. You have to sell yourself that I can learn very fast. And passion and enthusiasm for your project. You have to show examples. See, sometimes people just answer yes and no. Do you do this? Yes. No. You need to give some good examples also. And always send a thank you note. See, somebody took time to interview you, you have to say thank you. And sometimes that thank you can help also. If you were really good or really bad, that thank you won't matter. But if the hiring people are really confused between one or two people, that thank you note might just this much play a role for you. Or if they have forgotten about you and they are considering a different person, and they'll be like, oh, that person was nice too, actually. Maybe we should talk about that person also. So that little thank you note can make a difference. Okay. Now, startup company. That's another option. Somebody asked me about startup company also earlier. So these three people have played a big role for me. Mike Pape, he has a PhD and MBA. I met him 15 years ago. He sold his, so there were 3 or 4 partners. If I remember the story right, I might be wrong. He used to work for Pfizer till 1998. Then he started his own company and sold it for 1.2, 1.3 billion dollars in 2002 or 2003 after 4 or 5 years. Okay, so I met him, he became my good friend, and he really motivated me when I met him initially with his, yeah, I think
And
so.
just in 4 years, whatever company he developed has a valuation of 1.3. What was the company around?
I think it was around some drug. I don't remember, but I think if you search Esperion, Esperian, Esperion, I think so. It's that. Check. There will be a story on it, whatever it was. Okay. So I met him in 2010, I think. So I was very fascinated by very down to earth person, very nice, but so good. You know, his success story really motivated me. Another person that motivated is Scott Merce. He's chairman of our board for my company now. And he started his company in 1992 after his PhD, immediately after his PhD. And they are doing very well, working with a lot of big companies. He has sold a lot of companies also. So he's doing really well with his products. And I worked with him for 2-3 years. Now he's helping us with our company. And finally, Ron Shibusky, he's my very good friend and he's the CEO of the company. With lot of experience with FDA, drug trials, business person, but scientist also, pharmacologist. So he understands the technology also, but he knows what this needs to do clinical trials. He needs how to raise money and contact venture capitals. So the point is you need to surround yourself with people who can help you accomplish your goals, who can be uplifters for you. So, you know, I showed you my 3 mentors, Dr. Mao, Dr. Bartlett, Dr. Meyerhoff, and these are my people who motivated me, are helping me now from startup side of things. So no matter what level, what stage of your career you are, you need these mentors. I still have them. I have no shame to ask for help from them. I have mentors in my university also, senior faculty members who I can go to ask for advice anytime. So have that. Don't have so much arrogance that you cannot have mentors. You know everything. You know. Then just very few productivity tips. This is really cool. When I saw this first time, I found this first time, I was really fascinated. So his rank was 100 plus in 2004, 2005. And then he became number 3 and then he became number 1. Okay. His earnings went from $0.3 million to $14 million. That's fine. He used to win 49% matches, then he started winning 90% matches. The next thing that I'm going to do is the real thing. So, he used to only win 49% of his shots. he only started winning 52% of the shots, and his rank went from 100 plus to third. And when his shot accuracy went to 55%, he went to number 1. Meaning, marginal improvements lead to stunning results. So, an example I give you is, maybe you all are 100 plus. You're working hard, doing good PhD, but guess what? Everybody else is working hard. You are working 8-10 hours a day. The whole world is working 8-10 hours a day. PhD students. Are you ready to work 11 or 12 hours a day? You think his 49% accuracy went to 52% accuracy because of his extra 2 hours that he put in every day. When people are getting tired and stopping, he's pushing himself to do little bit more. So many times when we see successful people, we feel, oh, this person is so lucky. Okay, yes, luck is important. Without luck, you cannot do anything. But we didn't see 10 years, 15 years when they were really working hard. Right? Behind the scene, they were not popular, they were not famous, but they were working really hard. And are you ready to, see, we all want to be number 1, but are you ready to put that extra accuracy, extra time when others are stopping to work and you continue to go for that extra 1 hour? Another example I give students is, so you work 8 hours a day, let's say 5 days a week. Can you work 2 hours a day extra every day? In 5 days, you will work 10 hours extra. So actually you are working 1 extra day per week, right? That means 4 extra day, so 52 extra days in a year. That means 2 months extra in a year. So in a 5-year PhD, you are working whole year extra. How can you not succeed if you are ready to work that extra? Others did a 5-year PhD, you did a 6-year worth of work in 5-year PhD. And applies to anything. Like your PhD is done, even now in your postdoc, this can apply. So I think I really like this slide because sometimes just his accuracy from 49% to 52% of shots made him number 100 to number 3. Right? And then when we are students, the only thing we can think of is, when will I start making money? You know, I don't want to be poor. I want to start making money. And that's fine. I thought like that. You all thought like that. That's all great. But I think a lot of times we forget a lot of other things that will start mattering to you one day. It might be too late. And you know, all these things, I got some of these things from Robin Sharma. I read his books. So, inner self. If you are not at peace, you can be the richest person, it doesn't matter. If you do not have health, you can be most successful scientist, it doesn't matter. If you don't have supportive family, you don't have anybody to share your happiness with. If you don't have a good career, you might not be happy also. So of course, research, science, work, that's all important. Circle of genius. So Robin Sharma says, if you're the smartest person in your group, you need to change your group, right? Because whatever I was doing, not that I know a lot, because I was surrounded by a lot of overachievers. My friends, my mentors, my supporters, they were doing so well that I had to do well with their mentorship or their association. You need money also. You need finances. See, you should not be materialistic. That's fine. But it's okay to be a little bit materialistic also. You can buy nice things for yourself and enjoy life also, right? And then also one day, or maybe you already realize it, what is your influence and impact? Everybody's running after money. Everybody's trying to make money, want to get rich, and that's fine. be materialistic, run for that. But do you have some big impact after you are done? Or you'll feel happy when you retire that I did this well. So don't let that vision go away. Okay? And this is definitely last slide. So find great mentor. Not a great mentor, great mentors, right? Whichever type of mentors you need, find good mentors. Never burn any bridge. Sometimes things are not working well, you don't like somebody, but you never know what their situation was. You didn't like something about them, they didn't like something about you. You never know what their situation was. Maybe you would have done much worse in that. And you never know who will help you in future. Plan each day. So many times it has happened, I'm busy, whole week gone. But when I sit at the end of the week and try to write down, what did I do? I was so busy last week. And I feel, oh my goodness, I didn't do anything substantial, but I was busy every day. So if you plan a day, there is a good chance you won't waste so much time. Whenever I wake up early, I feel I'm more productive. But again, that's a personal choice. I don't want to say that you guys need to do it. I struggle a lot. I some lot of times I cannot wake up early. But if you can wake up early, I think it will help you. Lot of successful people are early risers. Okay, no gossip, and I don't want to be like a advertisement for Robin Sharma, but he has a really good book, 5 a.m. Club. So look at that book. I think it's a very well read and sold book. So work smarter. Think. I have worked with students, super hardworking students, but they are not working smart. You know, okay, some are lazy, they don't work a lot, that's one thing. But I really feel bad with the ones who work very hard, ready to put 10 hours, 12 hours, but they are not working smart. For your experiments, do good literature search before you start a new study. Lot of time people start working and then 2 months later, 3 months later, 4 months later, they realize something that they should have realized before they started the study. Practice every single day. You know, so I won't tell that story, it'll get longer. Okay, keep trying. Successful people have failed more times than an average person. Okay, if you won't try, you won't succeed 100%. If you try, there is a chance you will succeed. Don't be shy and ask for help. In US, I have seen people are very helpful, but people are very busy. So if you won't ask for help, people don't have time to come to you and say, what do you need? How can I help you? But if you say, I need your help, most people are ready to help. And be appreciative and thankful. The more humble you are, the more thankful to you are to everybody. See, we had a successful GIAN program because of everyone. Staff, students, faculty, leadership of DTU, leadership of GIAN program. If you think, oh, I am the reason this program is successful, it's no way possible. Right? If they are recording video, if their computer is not working, their camera is not working, we are stuck. Right? If the food is not there in time, we are stuck. Our lunch break becomes 2 hours long. So everything is team effort. You just have to appreciate everybody. Everybody is doing their duty. The more you appreciate that, the more you are thankful, the more people want to help you and help in your success. And this is the last slide, seriously. So with that, thank you guys. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had fun. Keep in touch. And please, if you have questions, we can talk.
So much, sir, for that presentation. This was the officially last lecture of the GIAN course. Now, with this, we'll start our valedictory ceremony. So, I request sir and ma'am to please join there for the valedictory ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Conclude. With this, we conclude our 10-day GIAN course with Dr. Hitesh Handa. And I'm very grateful to him for having spent so much time with us and giving so much information, which I'm sure will benefit all our students and our faculty members in their research, as well as the credits that you have earned. They will also give you a lot of benefit later on. And of course, he's there, and he's also an alumnus of DTU. So that way, he's also assured us of a longer collaboration with our university, and we'll keep inviting you and having more interactions with you. So with this, can I please call upon all the participants for receiving the certificates? Meenakshi Dubey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Your face should be visible.
Okay.
Yeah, next. Yeah.
You can stand on this. The student is coming from.
Akash Jain. From AKTU? Okay, good.
Thank you.
Shubham Kumar Srivastava. Siddharth Sharma. Kritika Sharma. Nakul Tanwar. Lakshmi Singh. Kushi Yadav. Harshita Singh. Neha Kumari. Anuradha. That's it?
No, we have more.
Diksha Tripathi. Milti Pal. Harshita Singh. Paridhi. Dr. Kriti Bhandari. Dr. Prakash Chandra. Many congratulations to all the participants. May I invite everybody for a group photograph, please?